financial and business year. Just to remind everyone, the meeting is open to the public who are attending via Teams, and we welcome them, and I hope they enjoy listening into our meeting. There will be an opportunity to ask questions later on as part of on the business of the day. Just to remind colleagues, though, this is a meeting in public, not a public meeting, and if possible, if you're not on the board, if you could keep your cameras off and stay on mute, please, that'd be really helpful. It's also Rob Nichols' first meeting as our Director of Quality and Nursing, so it's the first formal board meeting, a public board meeting. So Rob, a warm welcome to you, and we obviously know with some sadness, but this is also Laurie's last meeting as a member of the board, and I'll make reference to that in my report later. So just we may move on in terms of, are there any declarations of interest that people need to declare? Or pecuniary interest or other interests on the conflict of interest on these other items? Thank you. The minute of our previous meeting, the 27th of January. Are you happy with a true and accurate record? I see affirmative, I see approval.
Yep.
Moving on to Peter's Company Secretary, are there any matters arising, Peter?
Chairman, just before I come on to that, just in terms of apologies, we have apologies from Ali and Fiona, and we have Nicola and John respectively in their place.
Thank you. My apologies. I should have warmly welcomed them. So welcome to John and Nicola, and thank you for standing in. Please contribute to the meeting as appropriate. Thank you.
That's okay. So on the action log, the updates are as listed. So I'll come back to the single virtual contact centre when I come to the BAF risk report. But as I say, the others are either closed or picked up at the other committees, WWC and Finance Committee. Chairman, not on the action log, but in the papers, you'll see there's a short presentation that links to the green strategy that the board approved in January. And David just wants to give a very brief update because he talked then about the implementation plan and the work we need to do to get the right capacity in place to do all the things that we need to do as part of that strategy. So I thought it'd be a good idea just to get a quick update here.
Well, thank you, David.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Chair. So you have the paper in front of you. I'm not going to put it up, but what we have done since the last board is develop a scope of works that we are now putting through competition in the market to get some external support. We have broken down the scope into two phases. Phase one is establish the baseline. What is our existing carbon footprint? We need to understand that before we can start to measure a improvement roadmap. And then phase two, what does that roadmap look like? And then how are we going to monitor it? How are we going to be regularly reporting on it? And how are we going to be keeping ourselves accountable to delivering against that roadmap? The primary objective, just to remind everybody, is to reduce 80% of our footprint by 2028 to 2032. So there's a 4-year gap where we need to achieve that. That is not a small task. The very encouraging thing is over the last couple of months, as I've been talking to colleagues and staff, and some staff have approached me directly, there is quite a lot of interest in this particular work stream. And I know David Hammond and myself have received direct emails from some members of staff actually with suggestions. So there is a lot of passion behind this. There is a lot of interest. So this is not only about us putting a program of investment, this is also about us changing our culture towards sustainability as an organization. And that is the scope that we have gone out to get support with and get help with. In terms of the timeline, and you can see that in the last slide of the pack, we do see this. This is not something we want to rush. This is not something we want to get done in a couple of months and then just start doing stuff. This is something we want to get right, and we want it to be sensible. So it is something we will delivering through Q1, 2, and 3 next year, with a view of starting implementation and monitoring by the end of the next financial year, so by Q4 of 22-23. And I think I'll leave it at that. More to come via the usual route, business case, etc. But just an update as to where we are with this important work stream.
Right, well, thank you for the update, important update. So the board, in terms of governance of the programme going forward, it's now clearly in the board's outline. You've provided a clear timeline as well, which we're grateful for, David. And through the board subcommittees, we will monitor progress. This is a performance committee where we're going to evaluate our work on this. Which board subcommittee will this report to?
So this is the type of questions we need to be able to answer as a board, Chair. we need to decide how are we going to monitor and govern our sustainability agenda. So I don't think we have decided that. I believe for now we've been seeing it at FIC, but I'll let others come in. But I think this is part of the questions we need to answer. Yeah.
We won't have that discussion today, but we will put that down as an action for speedy resolution. Thank you. Michael wants to comment, then Paul.
Yeah, just very quick. Very good, David. Very impressed by this. It's just two observations. I think we need to be agile, which I think is implied very much in your design for the implementation. But the next year is going to be quite critical as you formulate more detail. So I would encourage, even if it goes to the performance committee, that it should come back to the board a couple of times to be absolutely confident this is moving in the right direction. And secondly, there's a common theme coming out here, which I think will come out of all the papers. This is not something that is the prerogative of the executive team. This is something that affects everybody. And I think you'll find, and well, you'll know this, won't you, that lots of CCAM people have got views on how this might be done and implemented. So I think this is a really great opportunity to engage with the workforce, get their views. Yeah. It's the executive outreaching to our people, and I would encourage you to do that. So that they're not questions, they're really confirmation with a few suggestions.
Thank you very much indeed. Paul, then David Hammond. I think David wants to ask a question.
Yeah, no, I'd like to agree with Michael. This is a great piece of work. So the approach is really good. My questions were around pace. I know we want to take our time, but we are spending best part of the year before we sort of start. And especially if we're using external advice to help, this could be quite expensive. So I just wondered if there's anything, about the pace that we could increase it.
Yeah, so there are things that we are doing. So let's be clear, we're not staying still. There's a significant investment that has gone over the last quarter in PP cells, electrical vehicle charging, and some of the suggestions we've got from staff that I've put to our procurement team is around the little MIG packets, for instance, that we received. That was one that staff were particularly concerned about. Why are we continuing using these small little plastic packets that you can't recycle, where 100 of these are the equivalent of a pint, carton bottle? Some of the ACRPs it may make sense, but some of the big make ready centers where we go through milk like it's nobody's business, why are we continuing to buy these little packets? So there are things that we should and can be doing now. The importance of us not over investing now is that we are at risk of spending money in the wrong places. And that is the piece that whilst we are doing things that are right and are obvious, we do need to have a baseline to understand how do we target investment so we hit the big items. Otherwise, we're at risk of doing a lot of stuff, spending a lot of money, putting a lot of effort into something that actually has a very small impact on our overall carbon footprint. So you are right. We're not staying still, but also I am very keen that we don't run around a lot and accomplish very little in the process.
Okay, thank you. David, did I see your hand raised before?
It was, Chair, thank you. But Michael sort of covered it in that we identify this as an excellent opportunity to engage with staff, and as David alluded to, we were engaging, and it snowballed already in terms of the appetite from people to get involved in this area. So it's only a positive, but it agrees with what everybody else has said. So thank you.
Well, in summary, then we received this. Oh, sorry, Howard.
Sorry, just one very quick point since the issue's come up, and that is that on the business case pro forma, I had suggested, I think about 2 years ago, that we put in an environmental impact assessment along the lines of the quality impact and the equality impact assessment. Can we, as part of this, ensure that happens, please?
Thank you, Howard. I think if I can ask the executives to make sure that does happen. But David, final word before we...
Yes, so Howard, the answer is yes. We talked about it in January, I believe. The problem is that if I ask colleagues, how do you do an environmental impact assessment? I think very little people would know how to go about that. So part of the scope we're engaging the external advisories, how do we also change the culture, and what is the training we have to give to manage to be able to start to do some of these things effectively?
Very good.
That is in scope.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good to hear. So colleagues, in summary, we received this enthusiastically, note the progress that has been made to date. We also note that there will be external advice sought in order to direct our efforts in future. And I think what the board is signalling is this is a main board issue, and whilst it will be scrutinised and discussed in an appropriate board subcommittee, it needs to have a full airing regularly at the board meeting to demonstrate to our staff and our public that we're actually taking this matter very seriously indeed, and it saves money as well as it saves the environment. So it's everyone's a winner. It's done. This is handled appropriately. So thank you, David. We look forward to further updates in due course, and I'll note we take in the action log to make sure it's followed up systematically. Thank you. I think we're now going to move on to the board story, which I understand is about the management of a cardiac arrest and the impact it has on all those involved in that particular challenging event. Philip, or the executive colleague, anything else you wanted to add?
No, I was going to ask Emma to introduce it.
Yeah, thank you, Emma.
Thank you very much, Chair. So absolutely, this is a very inspiring story about a gentleman called Mike Ferguson, who we'll meet shortly, who had a unusual presentation that resulted in him going to cardiac arrest. It very much follows his journey through that, talks to the crew who attended, who were absolutely excellent in what they did, and as you will see, phenomenal outcome for Mike himself, but some really good positive feedback for all of us, because this is about what our job is about. Excellent patient care that resulted in life-changing circumstances for someone who was really not very well at the time. So would really like to bring this story. I think it's a great story to see, and hope everyone finds it as inspiring as I have.
Well said. Thank you, Emma.
When the people who come and saw me, they've saved my life, and I'm very lucky and very thankful. Do you know what I mean? But I've known people quite close to here actually, and a similar age, you know, and they've not been so fortunate. My good lady said to me, she said, "Oh, you don't look too clever." I said, "To be honest, I don't feel that good, really, because I keep getting this pain just right in the middle of the chest, but I'm putting it down to indigestion." And then all of a sudden I felt a big twinge in the chest. I went, "Do you know what? I've got a funny feeling I'm having a heart attack."
We arrived and he was in his bedroom. There were several members of his family in his room. And he told us at this particular time that his chest pain had subsided and was no longer there. So we carried out all our observations and done an ECG. And Galen was showing me the ECG reading and explaining to me what the findings were. I remember him asking if he was having a heart attack, and I remember we sort of said no, it's not showing that right now, but it was showing some kind of changes, but we don't know whether it's new or old for him, so we wanted him to go to hospital and get him checked over.
I don't actually remember getting to the ambulance at all, and I remember walking down the drive, and that's as far as I remember.
I walked him out to the ambulance, and as soon as he got there, he was like, "I don't feel very well." Claire was just very quick in just getting him connected up to the life pack again. And I was talking to him. And at that point, Claire goes, "Ah." And she threw me this ECG and it was all wrong. And I was just like, "Oh." And as that happened, he just went.
Galen jumped straight on his chest. I slammed the door, put the life pack into CPR mode and stuck the pads on him and called for help.
And the whole cardiac arrest algorithm kind of went out of the window in that it was so unique. And this chap's breathing all the time. We're on the chest doing chest compressions. He's breathing and he's trying to pull the mask off.
It made us feel really uneasy to think that, is he actually in arrest? And I think we shocked him 6 times before we had any help from another DCA. But obviously the whole time he was creating this sound. Every time we'd done a chest compression, it was just so surreal. It was strange.
Next minute I remember is, and the guy who was driving the ambulance, all I could hear him saying, "We've got to get through now. We must get through now." And I'm thinking, where have we got to get through to? So whether it was in roadworks or whatever the case may be. So anyway, got through. Anyway, they got me through onto the, by this time into Ashford. And by this time, I've sort of come back round. But in the interim of this, which I didn't know, obviously, they're doing manual CPR on me. And, you know, like, they've got the zappers out, and they've zapped me a few times, trying to keep me going. And bless them, they've done an amazing job. Without these guys, I'm telling you, everything else is irrelevant. They, you know, I can't thank these people enough. You know, well, basically, they saved my life, literally.
You know, we go to a lot of patients that have had ongoing chest pain for such a long time. We were lucky, our patient was lucky that we were there at the right time when his heart decided enough was enough. If he hadn't have ignored that chest pain, he wouldn't have, the day wouldn't have happened. He would have been treated and hopefully had medication to prevent him having an arrest. So I would strongly urge anyone that suffers with any chest pain, don't ignore it. Just go and get it checked.
Absolute best bit was when we'd got to the hospital and Mike, he's holding my hand and he won't let go. And I didn't want to let go because I wanted to be there for him. And that was just lovely.
That job was what this job is. I absolutely love working for the ambulance service and working in the Ashford area, and going to jobs like that and you get a successful outcome. It's rare, but it makes it worthwhile, really makes it worthwhile, and it's humbling to think that you were part of someone's future. Your
outlook on life, well, I've always been a sort of a positive person in life anyway, do you know what I mean? It's all it does is just gears me up to, oh, I think I better do a bit more now, you know, for what borrowed time I have got left, do you know what I mean? So we'll just try and keep going through it.
Well, thank you, Emma. Your introduction was spot on. I think it's a very moving story and illustrates, I think, the unique skills that paramedics and your team bring to the party, really, in terms of their decision-making skills. I think that's very impressive. Any other reactions from board colleagues? Tom?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Mike was so inspiring there. This really shows the importance of people calling us when they think they need us. If you think you're having a heart attack and this is a public, you know, the public are listening into this, call us. It's really important. And having a cardiac arrest in the presence of an ambulance crew probably gives you the best chance of survival you're going to have. And Claire and Gayleen, fantastic. You know, so proud of them. This is really important. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. The compassion certainly shone through. Robert?
Yeah, thanks for that, Emma. Really great story in terms of care, compassion, and it actually reminds us in terms of why we do what we do. And I think it's really important that we don't just share it with people around the table, that we actually use that video as part of our training induction process so that all our staff actually see and hear that, because it's really moving, a really moving story. Thanks for that.
Okay. Siva?
Thank you, Chair. Again, just to echo the sentiments as well, really impressive, very moving. But also, I was just going to touch a bit on what Rob said. There was a trainee with that crew, and that just goes to show you how important it is for us to continue our education and training to support new people into the service and give them, you know, those kinds of experiences and show them the really positive outcomes and the difference they make. And that shows what an important part we play in education, training and supporting our workforce through the pipeline so that they stay with us. So thank you for that. That was really good to see.
Thank you. And the final comment from Chris. Oh, sorry, Chris Gond. Morning, Chris.
Thank you very much. I mean, I just want to echo what everyone else has been saying. I think this is absolutely fantastic. And just really picking up on Rob's point, I think this will be, I don't know how we can do this to be really circulated in the public domain, to really see what it's like working in the ambulance services. It is about saving lives. And so I think this will be really, really a big impact on the public should it go out. So maybe if there is a possibility to do that, I think this would be really excellent.
Yeah, thank you. Emma, a final word?
I have not an awful lot more to say, Chair, except to say I think it sums up everything that we are here, the best of us, what we do at the best of times. And things aren't always as straightforward as you expect. People in cardiac arrest, when you see them in TV, they tend to be flat out on the floor already. This happens. This happens. People go into arrest when they may not initially look like it. So Tom's points about call us if you need us, absolutely, people need to do that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we could, I'm sure you've done it already, but can we make sure that the staff involved in that particular cardiac arrest, there's all the staff engaged in that, and I've made known the board have seen the video, and we pass on our thanks. Great role models for the paramedical profession, but also I think as just colleagues in CCAM, really good stuff. Philip.
Yeah, just Emma, thank you for bringing us that story. It must make you very proud to be a paramedic, and make sure that pride is felt amongst everybody. That fantastic story.
Thank you for that. Let's move on, if we may, now to the main business of the board, and just with my report, just introduce some of the items we're going to be discussing today. So reflecting on both local and national, and I think that video said it all really about the importance of the discussion we're about to have about our performance, and about the need for a speedy response, and about the need that patient benefited not only from our speedy response, but the fact there's a pre-arranged pathway with the William Harvey Hospital as a major cardiac centre for that patient to have the very best care, and that chain of events is really important, and it's really important that chain of events works, but also it's timely, because time matters in those situations. And I think that really brings it home, really, the importance of our discussions today around how we're organising our services. The other key item we're going to be discussing today is our sort of rather longer term strategic reaction to the situation we find ourselves in, and trying to manage our future and manage our future demand through our process called Better by Design. And that we're going to have a presentation from the executive later on in the meeting regarding that. We as a board, we are aware of this, but this will be the first time we've had this kind of written presentation to share with the public in our public board meetings. So that too is a really important event. And I just also wanted to take the opportunity to pay tribute to Laurie McMahon, who's standing down as after 5 years as the non-executive colleague. Laurie, you've made a significant contribution to the work of the board. You've kept us future focused, but at times it's very easy particularly in this section of the health service to be focused on the here and now, but we really do need to think about the future. So we've all of us appreciated your challenges, and as I reflected back to you, some of the feedback from your colleagues when I spoke to you last week, I think you were somewhat humbled by that feedback, but don't be. And we thank you for what you've done, and we wish you every success in your more local endeavours for the people of Kent and the community around Faversham. So I know they're going to benefit from your enthusiasm and time spent. So thank you again for what you've done for the board. And really, what I want you all to do is a sort of preamble into the board discussions really today. I think really the events of the last few days have been quite significant in the time in the health service. I've been involved in the NHS for many years, but I can't recall a sequence of events of the last, as we've seen in the last few days, that really emphasises the point how important the work of this board is, and we try and manage and control what we can control. Because we've seen the staff survey results both locally but also nationally, where there's the workforce are saying they feel challenged by the current operating environment of the NHS. We've had a survey regarding the public view of the NHS, which appears to be declining, although there's still enthusiastic support for the NHS brand and the concept of an NHS free at the point of delivery. The Ockenden reports into maternity services in Shrewsbury and Telford That really does again ask many questions about health services and their organisations and their organisation, but also the real crisis we face every day, every single day, and no doubt some of our crews today are waiting outside an accident emergency department to move the patient through into getting appropriate care, very like what we saw in that video, when we also have a crisis in urgent emergency care where we all know we're not doing the best for our patients in spite of our best efforts. So really, what we can talk about the cause and effect of those events are summarised as being beyond the control of the board, and yes, some of them are beyond our control, but staff morale, the way we make our services as safe as they can be within available resources, they are in our control as a board. So the challenge we've got as a board today, but going forward, can we demonstrate that as well as say it, we're giving quality of care to our patients? And can we also say to our staff, we've got your back, we're doing all we can for you. Please bear with us, as it were, while we deal with what's clearly a very challenging time. And Better by Design is one of our responses, our strategic responses, to saying to the organisation that we hear the challenges, we're trying to organise ourselves for services in a better way. So I think it's also important we call out appropriately challenging the spirit of collaboration when other parts of the health and social care system are not helping. There's issues help. We've got to do that respectfully, but we can't just say, well, it's not our problem, it's their problem. It's all of our problem. We need to make sure we work on that. Particularly the vexed issue of ambulance handovers is one particular case in point. We see the demand on 111 and other things. The management, our demand is increasing significantly, but can we satisfy ourselves? We're doing all we can through the business of the board today, but also as we go forward, are we doing all we can to manage what we can control as best we can, but also making sure that we point out to others where we think there could be more strategic response. So it's an important time in the NHS. It's also the end of our financial year where we do reflect on our work, and we're laying down some markers for a new planning year, literally starting tomorrow, where I think is important. So really just to set the context of the meeting, it's easy to dismiss national events, but actually bringing national events together with what we know locally, the NHS is, I think, at a pivotal moment. And I think it's incumbent on us all, if we think we're effective leaders, to really rise to that challenge and make sure we do what we can, be seen to do what we can, and demonstrate it for our patients and our staff, because I think it's going to be absolutely crucial going forward. We are in challenging times. So with that preamble, let's move on to the other main item of the board, the board assurance and risk report. Peter.
Thank you, Chairman. So BAF risk report received at the board at each meeting, usual format that colleagues should be familiar with now. As I often say, section 3 is one of the most important sections of the report. It's there to provide assurance that the BAF risks are integrated with the work of the board directly and through its committees, to show that there's good visibility of how those risks are being managed. You'll see in the report that one risk has been removed since the version seen last at the meeting in January, related to the mandated vaccines, given the change in legislation in recent weeks. In terms of these specific risks, I'll just take a few minutes, Chairman, just to run through and summarise the position with them, and how they link to today's agenda. And then on the couple, I'll just hand over to exec colleagues to provide a little bit more detail. So there are only 5 risks, but they are deliberately sort of broad and strategic in nature, so encompass a number of sort of sub-risks, if you like. The first is, which you've just touched on, Chairman, about the operating model, and through the work of Better by Design, that's how we're hoping to achieve a more sustainable sort of model of care, if you like. And the principal controls and actions are covered by the programme of Better by Design that we'll come to later on today's agenda. The next risk is around financial sustainability and the risk of being unable to develop a robust long-term financial plan to deliver safe and effective services. As you'll see in the board pack, there's in the Finance and the Performance Committee escalation reports, there was focused at those meetings on this, and it's also one of the programmes that sits within Better by Design, and that's to ensure that the operating model is developed with commissioners and other system partners. So we'll come to that later on the agenda as well. There's a risk around education, training and development, which again, as you'll see in the pack, there was some feedback there. That's okay. The education, training and development risk, and you'll see in the pack there was a joint workforce and wellbeing, a joint committee between the workforce and wellbeing and performance committees that talked about how we're approaching that. I mean, that continues to be a significant risk, particularly where there are currently significant operational pressures. So I won't go too much into detail on that risk because that again will be covered later on today's agenda. But there are two risks just want to hand over to colleagues about. The first one is in relation to workforce sustainability and the risk that's on the risk register. That's more narrowly about how we're at risk of losing senior paramedics to other parts of the health system, which links to the work of the integrated plan. And I think Philip just wants to pick that risk up. So Philip, over to you.
Thanks, Peter. Chairman and board members, this is a risk that we've been carrying for a long time now, and it's not one that we can solve on our own. And we've been having that discussion and trying to get other parts of the system involved for all the time that I've been in the trust. I'm pleased to report that we finally got that recognised, and it's been recognised at the right place. So the region, rather than one of the ICSs, has accepted that they need to have a workforce plan that will increase the number, because this isn't just our problem. SCAS have got the same problem in South East region, and the gap is about 500 paramedics between what we need and what everybody else needs over a 3-year period. We've got to the point where they've accepted that they have to have a plan, and then they'll commission someone to deliver it. So that's the place where we've been thinking we should be strategically for all this time. We're winning that argument. The difficulty is funding, and those discussions are ongoing. That's all I'm going to say at this stage.
Thank you, Philip. I'm assuming that as well, though, we're going to continue to. Going back to my point that I remarked a few moments ago, the things we can control, and yep. So whilst we want our colleagues to progress their careers, that's important, and we stand by that. But we don't be losing people because we've not given them the opportunity to train and develop within CCAM. So that's why it's so important that we think about what we can do about staff morale and leading our staff at the same time as recognising is going to be. So just to make that point from the board, whilst it's great to have the region interested in this, there's many of these things are still under our control, aren't they, to stop some of the drift.
Yep, no, absolutely. And as you say, training, development. We're quite fortunate in that our predecessors have developed both two different clinical routes for our staff to develop down into the advanced paramedicine, and so we're in a better position than some, and so we do attract some people from local trusts because of that. That helps a little bit. But it also helps keep people in if we can keep them interested. But we've got to get that development right. You're right. It's spot on.
Yeah. Well, let's continue to also to make representations nationally. I still think this is going to be a long-running issue. So we need to make sure we keep prepared. The need for an NHS comprehensive workforce plan for NHS recruitment is still necessary, and there seems to be some reluctance to develop that across the national scene. Right, Peter.
Yeah, Chairman. So, and then finally, the newest risk on the BAFRIS report is in relation to the 111 single virtual contact centre. It's an emerging risk that, as stated on the earlier action log, is going to be a focus of the next performance committee meeting. And I think Emma wants just to say a few things on this.
Emma.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is a national piece of work that is being led through NHS England and working in partner with NHS Digital. We are part of the South East region, working with the other 111 providers, which includes SCAS in the Hampshire area and PPG in the Surrey area. We continue to work with them. This is a complex piece of work because it's about how we can support each other and how there can be call flows across multiple areas at times of surge. So in essence, how we can work literally as a single virtual contact center, recognizing complexities because of the digital platforms we all sit on, and also recognizing that as a trust we have committed, and our commissioners in Sussex and Kent had supported this, that we are looking to be an integrated 111 and 999 system, which is something that we are very proud of and that we continue to use in a way that creates greater safety within both services, because our staff are cross-trained so that we can flow both clinicians and call handlers between service lines as surges come and go. So still working closely with them. There are some expectations within the model, particularly around efficiencies and the implications for that on workforce numbers and therefore funding. But this is still being worked through with commissioners across the entire region and NHS England. But I think it's very much still a piece in development. However, of course, going back to the integration, it may well create some challenges for us, Chair, around the integrated model that we will continue to talk to our commissioners about, because that was the basis on which we obviously won the bid and have been successful at implementing those integrated steps to date. So that's part of the challenge we have at the moment with this, which is why it's on the why it's a BAF risk at this point, Chair.
Thank you. I'm grateful you're raising this. This is an important item. National policy imperatives can sometimes undermine worthy local initiatives. So the board does need to retain a keen interest in this. Some questions and comments, Michael?
It's Howard, actually.
So I saw Michael's hand raised. Is that an old hand, Michael? He's showing us number 1 on my list there. So have I missed that? Let's move on to you, Howard, then, while Michael gathers his thoughts. Howard?
Yeah, just to thank you, Emma, just to clarify that. So this is about an implementation risk of this, because ultimately, of course, the whole reason for doing this is a big potential opportunity. But the risk is about the implementation and the integration and so on, which I hadn't originally understood. But to be clear, that's what the issue is, presumably.
Yes, you're correct, and the implications of the implementation on both our 9 service, but also the sustainability of not just our service, but the individual services that contribute to this now, this bigger picture. That's the implementation risks.
But once it's in place, it's presumably a big opportunity for our patients.
Oh, absolutely, because in this should mean that if we have patients who are waiting longer to get answered, there is a bigger footprint that they could be answered on anyway.
Yep.
But it will, of course, require, to some extent, all of the providers contributing to this to still maintain the capacity that they need, so that we don't end up with situations where there could be movement of flows because of processes or staffing resource availability that are managed differently in different organisations, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep moving. We've got a few questions coming through. Tom?
Thanks, David, and thanks, Emma. So you know, I read this risk and the wording. This may lead to negative impacts on performance, patient safety. So what are the patient safety implications of the single contact centre, and within our organisation, quality impact assessment and actually perhaps a joint oversight of this by performance committee and quality committee might be appropriate, because you know the words negative and patient safety are there, and that's a bit of a flag for me, and I'm just wondering what we have in train to try and keep a handle on that.
So I think part of the challenge when this came out was they were describing it as a national single virtual contact centre. It's now being very much described as making these regional based. So the challenge will be around the patient safety is recognizing that performance is not strong at the moment anyway, and we have challenges around call handling. The patient safety goes back to the piece that I talked about at the moment, that we can use our workforce flexibly. This potentially then severs that ability to do that. And the challenges inherently is this is driving a group of organizations to work together in a way that will have slightly different processes, slightly different ways of managing at surge. And this will need to be worked through, Tom, in a way that we can capture this, so that when we do, and then I think there will need to be a QIA for us as a trust, but there'll also need to be a regional QIA to understand how this works between the different organizations, so that actually we maintain optimal patient safety and an equitable footprint across everyone. So that's primarily what those risks are describing, but they haven't been fully fleshed out yet, because we are still working through how this is going to work. Recognizing the original plan when it came out was this to be implemented by December last year, and then it was supposed to be done by April this year, but actually the complexity, not just for us, but the commissioning arrangements and complexities, and if you talk, I've talked very briefly about integration in R9s, other services integrate much more formally across urgent care, so it's unpicking a whole range of different aspects that we the Royal, the NHS, have still got to work through the details. So that's some of the description that sits behind the narrative in the risk, Tom.
Thank you very much. And my point about perhaps Performance Committee and QPS jointly looking at this at some point, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, it is a board item, and I think you're emphasising really we're bringing out the importance of this subject. Things like IT interoperability, and there are a number of risks in this which I've got to be worked through by the experts. Yeah, that's moving on to Paul.
Yeah, this has been around for a while, hasn't it, Emily? It's changed quite. It keeps changing, but the deadlines are really tight, and system-wide change at that level can cause quite a lot of disruption. So it's good that we don't really have much detail yet, do we? It's wondered how confident you were we are actually going to get the right level of detail about what was being proposed, because we haven't had it so far, have we?
I think it is still being clarified. I think the commissioners are really focused on this as well, because it goes back to the fact that they have commissioned these services to do specific things across different footprints. So I think there's more to come, Paul. I think there's still a lot of the detail to work through.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Michael?
Yeah, mine is a more generic point, and I'm chair of the audit committee, and perhaps I should have highlighted this before. It's a really question for Peter and Philip. The risk register is good, I have no doubt about that, but it's really interesting, and it relates to Tom's point. Patient safety, patient engagement, patient quality doesn't feature very much in any of these risk ID themes, the risk, and it leads me to the question, how as a board, are we happy about the level of risk that we are taking in relation to patient safety and quality? Because it doesn't tell me this from the risk register. And I wonder if we're getting immediately into too much detail and not coming back to the big fundamental question, which we're all here for. And I don't think this is something that can, of course, the performance and the quality committee do an excellent job, but this is a board risk. And I know it's implicit, Philip, and Peter, in this risk register, but if I was a member of the public looking at it cold, or somebody in the system, where is patient safety and quality in this discussion?
Peter, you go first, and then I'll follow.
Yeah, I have a slightly different view, I think, because I think the quality and safety is more than implicit in each of these risks, actually. So the first risk around the operating model is all about the fact that we know that we aren't, currently delivering an effective quality service to our patients, because the model that we have in terms of the services we provide, we've determined isn't correct, and therefore we need to do work to ensure that's changed. So that's all about quality and safety, I think, from where I sit. And we're running through all of these. Even the financial sustainability risk is about having a financial plan to deliver safe and effective services. So perhaps your point, Michael, to reflect on is how we tease that out more in the words and language we use. But I think it is inherent in each of these risks, actually, from my perspective.
But I'm used to in another organisation that I'm involved in where patient safety is really at the forefront, like here. What you do have is that the fundamental heading, patient safety, that's right up front. And then as you go through, you've got these sub-risks. And the board asks the question, if these sub-risks are read, are we confident that we are delivering a high quality, good patient service? And I just wonder whether that's what the public would expect us to be as a board asking, and I should have come to this sooner. So I don't disagree with any of what you're saying, Peter. I do wonder if it needs to be a bit more transparent in our thinking.
I think that's the thing. I'll bring that out in the summary. I think that's an important point, is making it clearer that we're demonstrating we're really looking at this from end to end.
I think that's right. I think we know it because we live and breathe it. That a time-based response is patient care, but it doesn't say that very clearly. Right. So to make it clearer, because it's a BAF risk and it's being exposed to the public, we need to change the way in which we signal what it's really about. So we can.
I have absolute confidence that I think we're doing all the right things, but I think it's just standing back and looking as to whether the sum of the parts are really making a difference or have an implication. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. And Peter, there's no more updates from executives regarding.
Sorry, you've got two hands still up, David and Robert.
Sorry, I do apologise. David Hammond, then Robert.
Yeah, thank you. I think I was just going to try and support Peter in what he was saying there. So from my point of view, the reason why this is on our BAF and in focus is the quality reason. The implementation of the solution actually probably wouldn't be a BAF risk in itself, because it's actually a relatively straightforward IT change that's required. The fact that we cannot directly influence this, I think, is what gives it its extreme risk score for me, because we need to influence this via our commissioners who commission us to provide the service, and they need to influence the centre via NHSE as a collective group of commissioners. So I think we've got the patient at the front of this. They're detached from the patient in the fact that we're the provider and we're signalling this to them. So Emma's point of a system-wide, regional, even perhaps bigger than that, quality impact assessment on this decision is a really key one that we shouldn't lose as a board. And if we don't receive that, then we need as a board to decide through QPS and other places how we're going to manage this.
At the same time, though, David, I don't think we should underestimate the skills we have, unique skills we have as an emergency care provider, runner of a significant call centres. We are experts in this area as well. And what I want to ensure, and what the board I think is saying, is let's make sure in this might be a very worthy initiative, but let's make sure though that we are very clear about the potential impact on patient safety. And because we've got expertise in this area, with every respect to our national colleagues, they're not running this outfit 365 days a year. We are. So let's be confident and make sure we get our views across as well in these situations. I think the public would expect us to do that. Yeah. Any other comments on this important point? Important question?
We're just going to support the.
Oh, sorry, Robert, yeah.
We're just going to support the view of Michael, actually, that there is work to be done in terms of the risk register across the organisation that informs the BAF, and there is a new policy in place that's going to be implemented in May of this month, and that will look at all aspects of risk management to make sure that it's specific, the actions and mitigations are clear, and we've got a robust system in terms of how we monitor the mitigations with the right levels of assurance, so the evidence to support the risk rating, etc. So that will come, Michael. So I'm sort of leading that charge in terms of making sure that we have a robust approach to risk management in the future.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just in summary, that's the best discussion of the BAF we've had in my 3.5 years as chair. I think through our discussion, I think we are all now alive to more alive, because these consent to neutralise the importance, the wording of these frameworks can often neutralise the importance of the subject. At the end of the day, there's a as we saw in the film, there's invariably 2 members of our staff in a very isolated situation dealing with a very critical clinical condition with limited support, and they've got to use their initiative and feel supported. So this assurance framework is so important to make sure we're alive to all the risks that we face as an organisation. So thank you for that. Thank you for that discussion, and we know there's further work to be done on how we present it. Needs to sensitise the wording to bring out the issues relating to patients and staff safety with a bit more clarity. But we are content as a board that we have our eye on the main risks, which I think is the most important point. Okay, thank you. Shall we move on now to the Chief Executive's report? Close to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to, on behalf of the executive members of the board, again thank Laurie for his great service and his advice. There's a lot of organisations got really stuck during the pandemic on just doing the pandemic because it was really tough. Laurie kept us raising our heads and looking over the parapet and making sure that we were seeing what was coming towards us and adapting as we went. So we're going to miss him, but great contribution, Laurie. I want to again, as you did, welcome Rob to the team and to his first board meeting. He feels like he's been here for months already, but so I couldn't remember whether this was his first board meeting. So much has happened since he arrived. And I want to, this is in my written report, but I do want to congratulate Fiona, even though she's not here today, on her presentation of her Queen's Ambulance Medal. Lastly, in terms of congratulatory stuff, I just want to note, because I don't think we have noted it at the board, that one of our number went completely over and above their normal role. So Tom Quinn, whose role is to hold the executive to account, went a little further than that in between the last 2 boards, and saved a patient's life. He was passing by, and he hands-on and took responsibility for looking after that patient. And the great news is that that patient was released from hospital yesterday. So well done to Tom.
I think we all want to live where Tom lives. So, congratulations, Tom. Well done.
Okay, let's get on with the normal business. So I'll start with national issues and the pandemic. We, as I've said in the report, but we've had a bit more details lately. We are now moving into the recovery phase properly as a nation. And despite the fact that we've still got 300 staff off work with COVID, we are going to try and live with it in a way that that we haven't been to date. That means a variety of things, some of which are clear and some of which we're still waiting for guidance. So the national guidance on how we're going to live with IPC, what IPC measures we're going to have in the NHS, as opposed to in the general public. We are still waiting for that guidance. Should come out. Amanda Pritchard said yesterday, shortly, so I'm thinking days rather than weeks. And we will largely follow that, although we've all been given the authority to act differently so long as we do it safely. But we will stick to what we've done throughout the pandemic and largely follow the national guidance. Then I just want to cover some other issues, because I was at a meeting with Amanda, as I said yesterday, where she went through what the priorities for the year coming up, and so I just thought I'd share those with the board so that we can check that we're in line with them. The first one was about the pandemic, which I've just talked about. The second one, which I'm delighted to see as one of the 4 top priorities, is discharge into social care. Now, despite the fact that we're not directly involved in that, it affects our business so very clearly that I'm really delighted that there's such a big focus on that, according to our chief exec. The second of the third of the four was a rewrite of the urgent and emergency care strategy, which is starting now, and again that directly involves us, and we haven't been part of the consultation to date, but we will be over the next month or so. And I think that's really important because it does feel that the urgent and emergency care part of the business is really under pressure, and so we need to be involved in that and make sure our voice is heard. And the fourth was about the way we spend our money, and I think where she was pointing at was that from tomorrow everybody starts paying additional tax to the national insurance to the social care levy, which is coming largely, the money will be coming into the NHS early on. And she was pointing to us all to the way in which, making sure that the way in which we're spending that money, it would survive scrutiny, because there will be lots of political scrutiny about what we're doing with it. A couple of other points that she made that I thought I'd come. Obviously, Ockenden. Now, too early for us to get involved, and we won't be leading. We will be supporting work in the systems on Ockenden, but there are things that we've already had to do, and we need to make sure that we keep pace with the actions there. Secondly, the long-term plan is going to be so that was 3-4 years ago now. That's going to be refreshed this year. So again, that's not going to be quick, but we in about in probably late summer by the time we see anything on that. But it's good that that's going to be refreshed to make sure it's still relevant. The legislation to form the ICSs, there's been various bits in the news. Her view of it was that that the legislation is going well, and we are on track for the July formation of the ICBs, the integrated care boards. Sorry, and the inquiry was the other thing that she talked about. Her view at the moment is that this is going to be kept quite high level, but that doesn't mean that it won't that arms and fingers won't go out and reach down into rabbit holes. So that we need to make sure that we're ready. We've got all our documentation. We've been quite careful about documentation all the way through the pandemic, and we're just going through the process of making sure that our EPRR team are able and prepared to take part in the inquiry as it comes. So those are the national things. Systems remain really under pressure. So 25%, they said yesterday across the southeast, 25% of our hospital beds have got fit for discharge, patients who are fit for discharge, which is huge, and that's what leads inevitably to our inability to get patients in the front door, which increasingly is unsafe. There is a huge focus on hospital handover delays. This is I say at most meetings that I've talked to all the systems about it. That there is more and more focus, and I think that the message has really got home. There are some places that just can't fix it, but I'm pleased to say that one of our worst performers has with the odd day of exceptions, found a way of making a real difference. So it can be done through will, and we continue to work with our hospitals to do it. But the southeast is I'm delighted to say the lowest area affected by hospital handover delays, but that we don't sit easy. We need to keep pushing and work to get those down to acceptable levels, because there is that's there. Locally, the Cqc inspection, officially it's still going, because it's still going whilst the triangulation of all the forms of evidence that the team took when they were with us is done, and that's turned into a draft report. So we'll get the draft report at the end of May, but we did get some really good, useful early feedback, and we're working on that. We're not going to sit around and wait, but I'm not going to share it in public, because the public sharing comes with the publication of the report. But safe to say that we're not going to sit on our hands while we wait for the report, because we've learnt quite a lot from the inspection, and we will use that knowledge. Secondly, our COVID management internally. So at the moment we've got a COVID management group which runs everything to do with COVID, and then below that there was a COVID management team and a test and trace cell. So from the beginning of April, the COVID management team and the test and trace cell will stand down. We're able to do that because we've automated all the things that they did to such a way that it's really easy to use. You don't need people, and we can hand the management of individuals back to where they should be managed, to their line management. The COVID management group itself, we have decided will run for another quarter to make sure that we close down everything properly, so there's not a cliff edge at the end of it. And again, with half an eye on the inquiry. We talked about mandatory vaccines. It is the new legislation taking the first lot of legislation off the books is now passed, and so we have stood everybody down from doing the work on it, and we've changed our job adverts to reflect the new legislation, which is you do not have to be vaccinated. Staff survey, really hard reading, really hard reading. Came out yesterday, and we've shared that with everybody. We don't hide from it. It's the fact that everybody else has suffered huge falls in areas as well doesn't give me any succor. Staff write what they think, and so we've got to react to that. We need to react to it in a way that has real bite. So we'll be working on that. One of the areas that was specific on there was about staff violence. So the work that we're doing as an ambulance sector on that, the Working Without Fear campaign that's going on at the moment, I applaud, but we've got to do more. The body worn cameras, yes, I applaud, but we've got to do more. So we'll have many more board discussions about this. In terms of what I've escalated for board attention during the IPR piece, it's all about 111 and 999 performance, because that performance, the time-based performance in those two organisations, are what is our greatest risk to patient care and patient safety. And very last word is that since the last board, we have buried Alice Clark. It was a really moving day. I had to say Alice's family were fantastic. It was a green and purple funeral to reflect her favourite colour and her favourite occupation, the greenness of the ambulance service. And but just to note, she's the first member of staff that I can find that's died on duty. And so that's why we made such a big deal of it, and because you should. So that's it, Chair.
Thank you, Philip, on the honour of Alice's memory. Thank you for that tribute. Can I ask the board any questions, please, of the Chief Executive's report? Chris.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Philip, for that comprehensive report. I mean, just a point. I think, you know, you talked about the staff survey results, which I think overall nationally, I mean, they've gone down. But I mean, looking at our report, I mean, I was particularly concerned about one section of our results, which talked about how many staff would recommend to work for CCAM, which were 24.8%, I think, which is really very much right at the bottom of the ranking. And my question is, what is it that we can do to be able to address that particular issue?
Yeah. So this is the whole culture and staff well-being and staff welfare agenda that we've got on not only under Better by Design, but that we've already been working on. All of that just has to go. I think and it was up until this year, it's been getting higher and higher, but only by very small margins. So we've been looking at this, and we have a strategy for reacting to the staff survey, which is you don't just look at this year's results. You've got to look at it strategically, because you don't change things like that in the 6 months before the next staff survey. So the next staff survey is in September. In 6 months, we're not going to change that. It's got to be the work of time. But it was, as you said, really disappointed that it dropped so far. And we will be looking locally. There are some areas that are much worse than others. So that's showing you've got a local problem. But to get a number like that is really shows that we've got to attack it at all levels. Strategy with a people strategy, the local workforce wide, and then on top of that, local initiatives.
I'll just say that was important as this is, we will need to bring this back to the board with more comprehensive detail, particularly in terms of actions and accountability, and that's something which I'm keen that we do. Liz, and then Michael. Hi, Liz.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can indeed.
Okay. Philip, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on COVID guidance or lack of any national guidance, and that really giving permission to individual trusts to have their own guidance. Was Amanda Pritchard clear exactly on a date when we would have guidance?
No, we got some yesterday, day before yesterday. We got the new testing guidance. So that came out, and that was good guidance in that it was clear, and actually it works quite well for us, because the staff's biggest concern was that we were going to ask them to pay for their own testing, and that in the guidance isn't we can now put that staff concern to bed. What we're missing is the IPC guidance and the HR guidance. So when the HR guidance, we got a draft set of guidance earlier in the month saying that we would get formal guidance on the 24th. Hasn't arrived.
No.
And the IPC guidance, she didn't actually give a date, but she said really shortly.
Can I just say, in the interest, that's a really good question, Liz. Can I just say, for the interests of the trust and our staff, that when we're making these decisions, we're making the light of the guidance that's available at that time, and we record that appropriately. If particular guidance is going to change or likely to change, we want to make sure that whatever decision we make is done in an informed way, because this inquiry is going to take many years, and we'll be asked to account for ourselves and for sure for our actions. So record keeping is going to be paramount in this. We've done it well to date, but even where we are now, particularly when there's this uncertainty, we need to make sure that we're clear when we're making decisions, what guidance we're following, and and keep on at the national level. If they're promising changes, well, we need to make sure they happen, and when they're going to come. Because they hold them to account as much as they will hold us to account. Michael?
Yeah, a slightly different point, and it's really building on what Chris helpfully raised. Philip, I heard your answer, and I have no doubt about your commitment to try and address this issue, but it was a bit vague, wasn't it, your response about why people think CCAM is not the best place, or whatever the question was. You know, it's quite easy to say culture, and what I think I would be looking for from the executive is a root cause analysis of why people feel that, based on a bit more substantive evidence. And I also accept your point about being strategic, but it is important for the workforce that we as a board are seen to listen and to take action where it is possible to take action quickly. It's too easy to say we need a long-term solution. So I would encourage you to come back to the board, as the chair has asked, with a much more root cause analysis of why people feel like that. And I'd like, actions that would have a real immediate impact and longer term things, because I think this is a really worrying, and I'm very grateful for Chris raising it, a really worrying issue, to be frank.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I agree with the root cause analysis, and the engagement piece with staff will obviously be done at every level. But yesterday when we were allowed, the embargo was lifted, we agreed as an exec team that every executive would start that process of finding out and talking and engaging and getting to the bottom of this really quickly, because part of it is engagement.
It is engagement, but can I say one other thing, just drawing on experience I've had? Having an executive in the room is not always the best way of getting the honest approach.
Yeah.
And I think you've got a middle rank of people and different levels. So I think you have to look at different ways of encouraging people to talk and get that conversation going, because ultimately it's our people's organisation. They need to be feeling that, how do we make it better? So I don't disagree with your commitment, but I think this needs to be thought through in a quite innovative way. But thank you.
So I wasn't suggesting that Emma was going to talk to every member of staff. Obviously, she will do it through her management team and her local leaders. But then she will come back to us with this is what I think is happening in my area, and the other executives doing the same thing.
I'm part of the discussion ongoing, I think, is how we going to empower our leaders to have that conversation as well, and to do something about it, because it's great the way the executives have accepted responsibility, and I commend you for that. But also you're supported by quite a number of leaders in this organisation, people in management roles, and they've also got to do their bit. You can't do it all, and we need to get sure that the collective leadership of the trust really stands forward in this and listens to the workforce as well as leads. Let's move on, Paul.
Yeah, my comment was similar to Michael's actually, because the people survey results were a bit disappointing, and it has been a problem for quite a while, actually, isn't it? For a number of years. It's not. I just wondered what actions. What are we going to have a systemic plan? How are we going to actually take it forward? Because it is a little bit woolly. And we should actually know a lot about this already, shouldn't we? Because it has been a problem for a few years now.
Yeah. Before you answer that, I think you can bring in Laurie as chair of workforce, because you might have a comment on this, Laurie, as you hand over.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, I mean, the trouble with the questions in the staff survey is people will use the answers in all sorts of ways. So if you ask GPs how happy they are, and if they're ready to retire, they'll tell you they're unhappy and they're going to retire tomorrow. So, I mean, I'm making that up, but just to say that in a way, there's a generic issue here. And I think one of the things that we don't do well, I think Emma's great in using her management structure to find out how things are going. But I think particularly in terms of non-executives, and it's partly because of COVID, we're not on the ground enough actually listening to what people say. And my experience has been that although executives may inhibit open conversation about what people really feel, going out there as a non-executive seems less threatening, and people are very willing to tell us. So I think perhaps one of the things through WWC that we might do in the future is to see if we can actually structure more meetings of NEDs, more of NEDs actually going out and talking to groups of people either in the functions or out in our geographical areas. It's a useful source of intelligence, I think, about what's dissatisfying for people.
But also, it's for all of us. It's a board challenge to listen, as well as to instigate new initiatives and work plans. Peter, final comments? I'll sum up.
Yes. So, and I think this has been reflected in some of the recent WWC reports to this board. So we have, just to remind everyone, we do have an improving staff experience plan that includes a range of things. I don't know all the things off the top of my head. And that plan was developed a while ago and uses intelligence from, so we went out to, I think, to engage with other, good organisations, and includes therefore those things that make an organisation a good place to work. That's, and so I think perhaps then, so the first thing to say is just to remind the board that that's already in place. We also need to test that against the recent feedback from this staff survey. And perhaps, Chairman, given in light of the discussion just now, the action might be to bring that back fully to this board rather than through, it'll come through WWC in the usual way anyway, but perhaps we'll have an item at the next board meeting just to remind everyone exactly what's in place and the progress that's being made.
Yeah, I'll just thank you, just to sum up and take on board all the comments that people have made. Philip, this was a very comprehensive report. Thank you. And you've highlighted in your report the challenges, opportunities that the Trust has currently, but also we must lose sight of the fact that really through you thank our staff for what they are attempting to do in extreme. We have to remind ourselves we're in the middle of a pandemic, still in a pandemic. Now, even though there might be attempts made to stand us down nationally and wants it all to go away, it hasn't gone away. And the impact, and you'll also point to 25% of beds being taken by patients who could be cared for in different settings, are having a deleterious effect on the healthcare system, period, and are leading to delays and unacceptable care in the pathway. So we need to remember where we are, and our staff are in the midst of all of that, and the staff report, the staff survey, I think probably reflects that as well. But going back to my point earlier on in the meeting, let's look at what we can control as CCAM. We're their boss, not Amanda Pritchard, with the greatest respect, not the national people. It's this board are the people in charge of CCAM. So let's make sure we can be seen to do what we can do to really support our staff in the best way possible. But also be straight with them. There are some things we're not going to influence, and there's some aspects of what's happening in the wider NHS are genuinely beyond our control. But what we get, let's do the best we can for them. So let's bring back, as Peter says, comprehensive analysis and plan. But also my message to the executive, this is not just the board or the executive team. This is for the leadership community in CCAM. And a number of people have got to step up to the plate as well. We're asking them to do what they're paid to do, which is lead our staff. And that's not just the exec directors. You help them, but they've got to do their bit as well. So that's my overall message on that. It's a really important subject, and grateful, Philip, for you raising it in your report as a trailer to future work. So let's move on, because obviously time is pressing, but we are covering some really important items here. Let's go on now to the integrated performance report. And Philip, you're just going to introduce this, then hand over to colleagues.
Yeah, and so in fact, because I've just actually covered most of the bits that I was going to cover in my introduction, I'll accept that that first page of the IPR is my introduction, and I'm going to hand straight into Emma, who will take us onto the operational piece.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you very much, Chair. So some things that I would like to cover for board today. It's just to focus on the challenges that we're experiencing at the moment. Everyone will be aware of our performance against all metrics from call handling through to response, and also our performance against the 111 contractual metrics. We do need to recognise, as was mentioned before, that these are very much aligned to quality of care for patients. They are about response times, which is about getting appropriate care and support to patients at times of needs. So what I wanted to do was just to acknowledge this and talk through just a few of the steps that we're doing, particularly to try and mitigate these risks as much as possible, so that we are keeping the service as safe as we can and responding in the best way we can at a time where particularly our sickness is at highest levels that we've had in a very long time for both COVID and non-COVID, because we need to recognise that stress, anxiety and depression is the highest cause of sickness at the moment, and there are staff who have ongoing medical concerns that due to the COVID haven't been able to be addressed fully yet. So we have more people off through musculoskeletal issues as well. So it's really important that I think that we understand those mitigations. So whilst we're just talking about staff, we do need to recognise also annual leave is still high. Annual leave is high, but this I think is a positive thing, because people are taking their leave. My workforce is remarkable in its resilience and its dedication to the patients it serves, but everyone needs some downtime. And I think the reality is we're seeing people now taking leave and going abroad and getting away, which I think is really important, or even if you're not going abroad, but actually having dedicated time away. We also need to recognise that obviously under COVID rules, people are still carrying additional leave over, and they will be into 22 into 23 financial year as well. So some staff wellbeing and support that continues across all of the different rationale for people not being in, for whether they be on abstractions or those who are off on maternity, paternity, etc. So what do we do to mitigate these risks in lifetime when we're facing clinical queues within our EOC and clinical queues within 111 and real challenges at getting to patients, particularly those lower acuity calls, within the timescales that we would ideally like to and are contracted to do? I think the most important thing is the dynamic management. We have excellent managers who have now been working through this challenge for over 18 months, who are very capable at working as a team. We have a very robust command structure that operates across the trust 24/7. With many people with expertise in both clinical, quality, safety, operations, contributing to regular conversations about what we do in our on day to manage these mitigations, as well as, of course, as all the planning going forwards. So whether that be moving vehicles across different sites, whether that be part of the integrated workforce I talked about earlier, working across 111 and EOC, but really using a dynamic management approach to optimise the use of the resources we do have as best as we can. And an example of that would be if we have high levels of surge in a particular area, focusing clinicians in EOC and some of our paramedic practitioners locally to really focus on those dedicated areas to support those longer queues. We talk about engaging with systems. Again, really would like to recognise the dedication that my team has in working with those acutes to manage those hospital handovers on day, in hour. Those extremely long waits are very challenging for us, because obviously we have an unmet need within the community every time we're holding vehicles at hospitals. But we also recognise we need to understand that ambulances are designed to move people from A to B. They are not designed to keep people within them for prolonged lengths of time. And actually the team and the staff doing that are doing a remarkable job at providing the care for those patients that is often above and beyond what would normally be expected with ambulance crews working with the acute trusts. And sometimes this doesn't happen at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's the dedication at 24/7 across the patch to deliver this come what may, and obviously, through all weathers, etc. We're working with our systems to try and really optimise the use of alternate pathways, because if we can support the hospitals by not taking people to ED, that is a better position for obviously the hospital. But if it's appropriate, it's also the right destination for our patients as well. So really working with those systems to optimise the use of urgent treatment centres, and where new pathways grow, really supporting staff to use them. An example of that would be mental health havens within the Crawley area, that are providing a 24/7 telephone support for crews on scene with mental health patients. So really trying to grow and optimise the use of these pathways for patient care, but also if we can get them right, it potentially has an impact, a positive impact on reducing overall job cycle time, and therefore getting resources back on the road in the most appropriate time. just going back to managing different surges, we obviously have our policy, which is our surge management policy, which we are evolving to become part of the working on the national framework. It's moving to a clinical safety plan. And there are a large number of actions that have evolved during COVID, specifically looking at additional actions that we can do whilst in the highest levels of surge. So this would include things such as saying to patients in the appropriate diagnosis categories and determinants, please can you make your own way if you're able to, or saying we're not actually going to send to you at this point, so part of a no send policy. Also, as I said, moving patients around, and so if they're in the dispatch stack, actually how can we pull them back in so we can get an additional clinical support to see if there's a different way that we can access care for them. These actions have all been QIA'd. They have been taken through clinical governance and are used live at the moment, but will be formally incorporated into the new clinical safety plan. So Chair, what I want to do is just give you an outline of some of those actions we're taking. This is very much about risk management at the moment to optimise the safety of the service at a time when we are seeing abstraction levels in the high 30s, sometimes even in the 40s. So what that means is about 40% of our staff are currently not in their frontline call answering or patient facing roles for a variety of reasons. So really working with that to make sure that we are getting to patients in a timely fashion, particularly obviously those highest acuity, but trying to do all we can to maintain safety and quality of care.
Thank you, Anna. Colleagues, questions or comments on the points that Emma's raising here? This is the crucial parts of the performance report. Michael?
I think Subu was there before me, I think.
She wasn't there, sorry, I didn't. My apologies, Subo.
That's all right. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Philip and Emma. That's really helpful to know, and a very good coverage of the issues. And I hear what you're saying about sickness absence and increased annual leave and the impact that's having on abstractions. My question is really about the impact of that on our plans for education and training. So our plans are that in April we would progress and really kickstart a larger programme of education and training, including management and leadership, which we know is absolutely critical for our workforce, in addition to a whole raft of other things that people would like, but we have prioritised certain things to start in April. Given that this is the situation at the moment, and as you said, we are back and forth through various levels of surge, what impact is that going to have on education and training? Will it impact negatively, or are we still planning to go ahead and implement our education and training in April?
Thank you. So I think there's different components that I'll pick up from your question, Subo. So for the management training, this primarily focuses on our OTLs and above, so our first line managers and above. We have some greater flexibility with them because they don't contribute directly to the hours out on the road. They undertake multiple other duties, including hospital liaison and incident command. So we have some flexibility with their rotas that will allow us to do some of that management training that will fit under the Made at CCAM, the banner and the program that is being put out. So I think, and we recognise the importance of it. Now, it may not be that we can remove them for 2 weeks as a block, and it may be that we need to do it in a slightly more staggered way across a number of weeks. But I think the commitment is absolutely there because they are crucial to making us get into a better place for support for our staff, making them feel more confident and competent in doing their job. And we recognise we've delayed that for some time. So I think from a management point of view, I think we have a bit more flexibility around this. The training plan that we put together that we brought to WWC and the combined meeting with Performance Committee was very much focused on frontline staff. And actually, fortunately, it was planned to be heavier in the second half of the year, because what we've got to do in the first half of the year is also pick up some of the SORT training that we need to do, which is part of a national uplift. So from that point of view, it was been a bit more fortunate because it's been planned to be a bit lighter, as particularly in Q1. The planning is absolutely still going ahead, and it will be further conversations that we need to have to say exactly, do we maintain the proposed level, or would we look at dropping it slightly? But the challenge, of course, if you drop it at the beginning of the year, it then becomes more of a backlog in the second half of the year. So, you know, we took it to the committee to have those conversations, and I think we've still got to completely land the proportion. But if we don't start doing it early, at least in small numbers, I think we will then create ourselves a problem later on. So I would expect us to be able to do some of it. We are doing statutory mandatory right now, but just in very small numbers, and that's what I think we need to do is do small numbers more often on days where we have a little bit more cover.
I think, Emma, that's really quite an encouraging answer to hear that, in terms of, you know, we're some practical risk management there, but we're putting this, you know, it's so important for that operational team leader group, which are absolutely crucial, aren't they, in terms of leading our paramedic workforce, the road crews, to give them the space. And all they're also going to be one of the key solutions towards the staff surveys. The way they manage staff, the way they interact with staff makes a big impact. So they're a crucial group of staff. So we really commend you for that approach, and to be as flexible as you can in doing that. Thank you. Michael, then Liz.
Emma, thank you. A very detailed presentation, and I take assurance from it. My question, it's a difficult question. Are we at risk of this level of abstraction becoming institutionalized? And that's what really worries me. You know, and I think this is a wider societal issue. Now, I fully get the thing that we must keep our patients safe, and that is our overriding. But it seemed, you know, I think you have to take the message from the Secretary of State and the government that COVID is something we've got to learn to live with. And you know, as much as I value our staff, and I really do, I'm very concerned that this is just becoming an institutionalized, acceptable now way of work. And, you know, I don't know what you can answer to that. It's a real risk to me, and I think it's a real risk across the health sector more widely.
I think probably only a couple of things I'd say, which is, I think if we go back to the staff survey, one of the feedback from our staff would be that they are finding it difficult at the moment because of staffing levels as a whole. So they are feeling very pressurized. They do one job at a time, because we don't, you know, you don't stack them for our frontline crews, but they're acutely aware that when they're going to patients, they're patients who've been waiting longer than they would like to, and that's obviously a national situation we're in. So I think the challenge here is they also recognise that because of the abstractions, their colleagues aren't around as much. So I think there is a little bit of peer recognition about some of the challenges that we've got around the sickness, the COVID, the annual leave. But it's not just those components. Again, paper that came to, I think came to WWC and the performance committee as well, the joint one. We've got other contributions to our abstractions that need some greater focus. And work that we're getting through in order to understand detail. So that would be around alternate duties. There is a group of abstractions that are under other, which include things such as trade union hours that we lose from frontline staff. Now, that's a great example of something we must have because it's the right thing to do to support our staff. But again, making sure that we've got it in the right places to the right proportion. We have a high level of pregnant staff at the moment who are either on light duties or on maternity leave, higher than we've seen in a long time. That's obviously something that we're going to probably see over the next few years, and inevitably we also recognise we have a workforce that is much more a high proportion of young women than we've had before, so that will also be something we need to consider in the long-term plan. So I think there are some components that we need to do better at managing, and I do think some of the sickness confusion or complications around the COVID, when we get that clarification, we'll be able to move forward with it. But there are things that we can work on, and then I think there are some things that are a wider socioeconomic position that contribute to it. Last thing to add isn't so much about abstractions, but there is definitely a greater propensity for staff to reach out, to look to reduce hours, do part-time, do flexible working, which obviously is a much bigger thing than ever. It's a real challenge to do that always at the proportions where staff would like it, because every part-time member of staff has the right for the same support as a full-time member of staff in terms of one-to-ones and trainings and all of that. But inevitably, if you increase your head count but you don't increase your whole-time equivalency, your overhead costs will go up because of all the additional support that is required. So it's a really fine balance for how we provide that supportive, engaging environment, but at a time when we are needing to work within a budget.
Okay, I fully accept that. And my final supplementary question is, are you confident that as an organisation, we have got the right level of HR support to deal with some of these issues? Because they are quite intractable in some instances.
So I had this exact conversation with John Porter yesterday, who I think is on the call. I think the level of sickness we're seeing, and once the COVID sickness is lifted and we start moving COVID sickness into being managed as normal sickness, I think there could be a challenge about the amount of capacity we have to do this all in a structured and timely fashion. So it is a conversation that John and I had yesterday about what will we need to think about at least for the next 6 to 12 months as we manage this through, because so that it doesn't get postponed and we get consistency and focus on it. So I think it is a question we're asking ourselves at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Before I bring Liz in, the next question, John, do you want to comment on that at all?
No, I recognise that Emma is talking about a number of issues there, for example, around union abstraction. We are actually in the course of renegotiating our recognition agreement with the various unions that we have within CCAM, and that is actually a very hot topic on our side that we want to really talk about with them and position in a way that works for the unions but also works for the organisation.
I mean, you do seem to you've clearly got a risk analysis there of some of the issues going forward, and the important thing is the bus. You know, again, through the Workforce Committee, we see a clear plan and realistic timescales around some of these things, because there's some big challenges there. We need to make sure we can deliver them. Liz.
Thanks, Emma. I just wanted to pick up on conveyancing to hospital, etc. I know in the past we'd had discussions about potential taxi service for our patients, like other ambulance trusts do. I just wonder if we've made any progress, particularly when we're saying to some of our patients, we can't take you, and they might not have an alternative.
Yes, absolutely, Liz. So we started to use taxis at the beginning of February. It was part of a structured program we looked into. We took learnings from other trusts who've done this ahead of us, and we've now been using it for a couple of months. Very clear criteria, because obviously from a patient safety point of view, they have to be the right presentations. So yes, we are still small numbers, but small numbers are beginning to grow. And as much as this was also part of the winter monies piece that finishes today, the question for us is, what have we learned from this, and how do we create this into a mechanism going forward that can be part of the budgeted service? Because you know, and we've been really careful to make sure that it's I'll use the word not abused, but actually it's for the right patients, where transport is fundamentally the challenge for them. So yes, we went live in February and have got some data that we're looking at for the longer term plan of how we can incorporate this into the service as a permanent feature.
Thanks, Emma. And can we see that data as we roll forward? Because I wasn't aware we had commenced that service. So that's great to hear. Thanks.
Thank you. Paul?
Yep, sorry about that. I'm muted. Yeah, my question was around the sad fact that the number of violent incidents has been increasing a lot. I just wondered if we're doing enough about that, and what the state of the body cameras were. I know we're in trial. Has it worked? What are the next steps regarding that?
So first question first, our calls are still very high. We're still seeing about high 20s, 26, 27% of them being duplicates. Our incidents that we're actually getting to is usually sitting around 1,800 a day, which is more a reflection of the number of resources we've got that we can get to. But the calls coming in is we're working with partners, particularly under Surge, to say, please only call us if it's essential. And that's also healthcare partners. So there was a short piece of work that Magnus did, who's one of our associate medical directors, looking at interfacility transfers, because it's one of the areas we need to do some more asked appropriately for moving patients between facilities. We do have a mechanism when we do diverts as well, but they have to be formally approved, just to make sure that, again, this isn't something that we're picking up, that a PTS service or some other service should be picking up on behalf of the trust. So more work to do there for sure, but we do put out regular communications to system partners around it. With regards to your question about body-worn cameras, they are still live, they are still being used. I can't tell you whether they're working in terms of the outcome and the evaluations, because we're part of a national program with a very formal evaluation that's been commissioned through a university. So what we're not doing is we're not going to step into a space and do a local piece to say, has it worked for us? We're participating in the national program because it'll be academically validated in terms of the research and the outcomes. But I believe that's probably due for later this financial year, because the pilot was very much to the end of this financial year initially.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Michael, do you have any further points to raise?
Oh no, sorry.
Okay. So Emma, thank you for that. I think very important. But all of the RPR is important, but I think given the level of risk, the comprehensive report you've given, I think it's been worthy of the time spent by the board just questioning and asking more detail about what the action we're taking. So in summary, I think we're saying we remain under huge pressure. But we are listening to the workforce, and we are working with our partners to try and manage that demand in the safest way that we can. And we have our systems in place to try and manage patient safety and manage risk.
Yes, absolutely.
To the best effect we can at this stage.
Yes, absolutely. And I think Rob will also be picking up on some of the harm reviews and some of the work that we do within ops, that working with quality and medical in order to be able to do some of those retrospective reviews where harm may or may not, of course, so we can understand some of that. But I think Rob's going to pick that up in the quality section, Chair.
Great. Okay, thank you, Leslie. Let's move on to the next part of the IPR. Philip?
David is next.
David Ruiz. David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Emma. So there's a few bits that I'm going to highlight from an exception reporting perspective. One is the BI outputs, but I will give a more comprehensive update on that when we get to the Better by Design's Performance Cell Committee. So I'll leave that update for that item on the agenda as it's more appropriate. And the other exception report that I wanted to highlight is the age of our vehicles. However, again, we do have a paper on this point later on, so I will refer to that later on. I will spend just a little bit of time, Chair, if that's okay, looking forward. So what can we expect, firstly, over the next 12 weeks, and then a bit of the work that we've been doing through the integrated planning work in our preparations for 22-23 and beyond that. Over the next 12 weeks, we do still see we expect, as the weather gets warmer and we look at our annual trends, activity will go up. So whilst we have assumed that we are seeing some of the annual leave in particular through April come down, and we expect some of the sickness to come down as well as we change our COVID guidance. We expect still to remain in reach for a number of weeks. So that is something that is sadly we don't think is going to go away in the short term. We do have a couple of weekends, in particular we've got Easter break coming up of particular risk, and we have the Queen's Jubilee later on in May, early June, which we also see as being a risk period for us, and we are trying to see what can we do in terms of targeted incentivized shifts for those. However, we as I say, still do expect to remain in a similar position until we can do something with our workforce numbers. The first cohort of additional workforce joining Emma's team is, I believe, in June. So whilst we have a plan that we have put together through the integrated planning, and we continue with the recruitment, none of that starts to realize until later in Q1 of the financial year. Looking a bit beyond that, and if we think about where we are from an integrated planning perspective, obviously discussions are still ongoing for commissioners, but the work that we have been doing is around understanding what is the sweet spot between what we need to do from an operational efficiency improvement perspective, from a recruitment perspective, but then also all of the enabling plans that will put us in a position to succeed in next year. And I'll just remark some of the highlight challenges that we will have over the next 12 months: recruitment, retention, and training is going to be key. The undertaking is quite phenomenal where we are and where we think we want to get to after we have discussed with commissioners and agree that position. So this is something that we will continue to focus on, and the clinical education team and the training team are part of those discussions in terms of how do we bolster our current capacity to meet patient demand. But there's also other things that we need to do in terms of making sure that our staff are in the right place at the right time. And this is going to probably translate into a effort that we have talked at board previously around rota changes. We know that our patients need us at times where our current rotas don't fill. At the moment, we are achieving that fill by incentivized shifts. However, that is something that we need to normalize, and we need to make consistent across the board through core shifts rather than incentivized shifts, so that we have a better chance to consistently deliver hours where we need them. Finally, some of the integrated planning work is also highlighting some issues in other areas, such as our estate, for instance. So not only the whole time equivalence across the patch is what we're looking at, we're also looking at where do we have our workforce distributed in terms of where our patients need us. And we know that there are imbalances across our OUs. And that is something that we're also trying to address through the next 12 months. So not only looking at different numbers of people, but different areas having different establishments that they have historically had. And that in turn should help us reduce things like out of OU working, which in turn should help colleagues get their shifts done in time, not be very displaced from their reporting base, which in turn will improve staff experience as well. So all of these building blocks are the things that we are identifying through the integrated planning. And over the next couple of weeks, we are translating these into enabling plans, which will conform some of our priorities over the next 12 months. Because there are things that we are identifying we have to do to put us in a position to deliver against the plan. And the expectation is that we will be monitoring against this plan, and obviously through the relevant committees, report back to the board as to how are we progressing. And if we are not delivering to these plans, what is the impact? How do we believe that impacts our trajectory, not only financially, but also from a performance perspective? So that's everything I had to say. I'm quite happy to take any questions, and we will see a little bit of this in the Better by Design section as well. So I don't want to go over too much.
I don't want to steal your thunder, for sure. So can I respectfully suggest we ask Howard to do the report from the Performance Committee, then we can pick up any questions in the round. So Howard.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so this is a report from the Performance Committee on the 1st of March. The first item was around the assurance process and escalation, for which we were assured. So, yeah, comfortable around the process there. The second item was around the integrated plan, where we have partial assurance. So there's a bit of an overlap here in terms of the review with the FIC as well, but the partial assurance relates primarily to the outcome and not to the process. So we are indeed have probably the clearest modelling and articulation of the challenges we faced and clarity around the forecasts and scenarios in a way we've never had before. So purely from a planning perspective, we are very comfortable. However, we've given partial assurance only because we don't particularly like the outcome of those scenarios for reasons we have already covered and well know. So there's a really important distinction here between the clarity around the planning, which, as I say, I think we've never probably had that level of clarity ever before. However, what it does provide us with is these scenarios, and very useful scenarios. However, the numbers that come out of them are not very palatable. So that's an important distinction. But what we have got is a much better basis, therefore, to approach and discuss with the commissioners these various different scenarios. And so we can have a really good discussion around that. Thirdly, the 12-week look ahead, we are assured. So, things like that David has mentioned regarding Easter and the Jubilee celebrations won't come as a surprise, because they are there, they're in the diary, they're planned, and we can work around them. And that's really, really important. So from a process point of view, that look ahead is important, and we are assured on. And then finally, from a performance management overview, we've given partial assurance. Again, despite good planning, we can only really give partial assurance again because, frankly, our inability to meet the ARPs, given the resource challenges that have been well explained and articulated. So we can't really give full assurance because of those challenges, but from a planning perspective, we are assured. Those are the main points I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions or comments from what David or Howard's reports bring forward? You're content to accept the report, but also note provide the board. I'll be very much pleased to see the forward planning, trying to get all the information we can, and that's going to inform our discussion with commissioners and others. So I think that's going to be an important milestone to have that authoritative data available for those discussions. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to suggest we move on to the next item, next report, which is the Quality and Patient Safety Committee, and then I would suggest we take a short break at that point and crack on with the rest of the business. So Quality and Patient Safety. I think Nicola, in Fiona's absence, you're going to introduce this.
I am. Thank you, Chair. So in terms of cardiac arrest, we obviously saw the video of Mike earlier in the meeting and how critical early intervention is to a successful outcome. In terms of our wider performance for these patients in cardiac arrest when they're in our care and who go on to survive for at least 30 days, we've seen a small increase above the mean, albeit small numbers, but it is positive, although it could be perceived as normal variations, so the monitoring of that will continue. The same can be attributed to the cardiac survival at Stein measure, which is currently sitting 11% above the mean, and again will continue to be monitored to see if this becomes an upward trend. In terms of single witness signature of CDs, I think the first point to note is that the reporting data for Q4 has been revised, hence the data showing a spike in the reporting, whereas previously only cases that were not authorised were reported, hence the numbers were low, but for Q4 onwards all cases are being reported, which also includes those that have been authorised. So the case numbers show normal variation, however. In terms of the January data for Omnicell sites, there were 38 reported cases of single witness incidents, and of those 16 have been reported as confirmed, which is good, and the remaining 22 are currently under review. And for the non-Omnicell sites, there were 170 cases of single witness incidents. However, it's really assuring to note only of those 169 have been confirmed as authorised. This is currently under review also. In terms of controlled drug audits, oversight continues daily and weekly by the medicines management team, along with 6 monthly unannounced spot checks and additional interim spot checks in cases where any anomalies are identified through incident reporting, etc. Moving on to NHS pathways compliance. So in terms of EMA NHS pathways compliance, we're seeing normal variation for January. Work does continue jointly with the EOC training team to address any areas of non-compliance, and that's predominantly taken forward through staff development, one-to-ones, coaching, mentoring, etc. Additionally, live auditing for EMAs has been introduced, and that's where feedback on call performance is undertaken immediately following the call, which enhances reflection and learning. And initial feedback from this has been really positive and is showing an increased performance trend, which is expected to continue over the coming months as a result. For clinical NHS pathways compliance, monthly performance has dropped from January to February, but the above target for January was as a result of additional audits generated by the serious incident Marvel data, which shows kind of an increase in our numbers. The drop in February was compounded by increased annual leave and sickness levels, and audits were also completed retrospectively, However, due to the success with the EMA auditing, we've commenced live auditing for clinicians and are rolling that out currently. It should also probably be noted the audit team do provide call handling support to EOC at times of extreme pressure as well. In terms of our AQIs, so looking at our STEMI and stroke performance, most STEMI calls are triaged as a C2, and response times for C2s, as we know, have been adversely affected by recent periods of repeat system pressures. However, the audit data is in line with national benchmarking data, which also reflects those similar pressures. There are some internal factors contributing to times to angio, but that's been addressed by local follow-up on a case-by-case basis and is supported by ongoing clinical education. And similarly for stroke, response times have been affected by repeat system pressures again. Times on scene are deemed reasonable, and reduced times from door to scanner are being seen once at receiving stroke units. Those EDs that are not implementing telemedicine are pre-alerted, and that's to ensure that patients go directly into the resus department. And whilst we recognise the geographic disparity in provision and the subsequent issues it causes us, there are effective decision-making, or is effective decision-making rather, across the wider system to continue to improve services for all stroke patients. That probably concludes my update, Chair, and I think I'm handing over to Rob.
Rob, welcome.
Hi, thanks. And just going to go through just a few things from the IPR. But firstly, just want to look at the harm reviews that Emma alluded to. So that's the unintended harm to patients across C1s to C3, where we can't respond to it in our KPIs. And the board would remember that last June to January, we had a period of harm reviews looking at over 4,500 cases of C1 to C3 double breaches. And you would recall that the majorities of those were fell into the no harm or low harm category, with 117 of those were moderate and 5 were severe. After review in January, we decided to reduce that to 15 harm reviews per week, and that's a significantly small number to effectively ascertain our harm levels, especially in light with the fact that we are continuously in REAP 4. So discussions with the executives yesterday and last week, we have initiated a continuance of the harm review, looking at 10% of our cases of C1 to C3 breaches. The outcome of those will be reported weekly to EMB. If there are any moderate or above harm, that will be escalated to myself on a daily basis and review in our SI weekly meeting. So I'll keep this under review because it is quite a significant capacity issue in terms of my team looking at the review. But I think it's a really important aspect of how we manage the risk element to our patients. One thing I have done in collaboration with the medical director's office, we're quite happy for us to not assume that the review that we do is comprehensive, but I think it's important from time to time to have a check-in to make sure that we're confident on the systems and processes that we use that will give us the outcome that we have. So I will be enlisting the help of our leads CCG to do a peer support or looking into our process of harm reviews, just to be sure that we are looking at the right things. If I go on to the datex and incidents, you would see in a report that we've had an increase of incident reporting month on month, and that's really good. If we think about the number we've had for the year, we've had over 17,000 incidents reported on DATEX. While that looks like a high number, I'm not assured in terms of whether that suggests that the organization has a good safety reporting culture. And the only way I can do that is to do some comparison data, i.e. benchmarking with other ambulance trusts, or looking at the data in terms of the national learning reporting systems. So my intention is actually to get to a point where we do some comparison data, so we do make an assessment based on where we are as a reporting culture. I think the most significant issue we have, and it is aligned to what Emma has said in her report, the demand capacity issue, that does impact on our ability to effectively and swiftly deal with some of the incidents that we report in DATEX. And you would see that there is a significant backlog as a result of that. So staff not able to get to the incidents to review and to do the investigation as we would like them to. I have instructed teams to, and they were doing this anyhow, but they'll keep a close eye on making sure that incidents that are sitting in the review areas, there is nothing untowards there. So, all incidents will have a review within a 48-hour period. Any of those incidents that looks as if they are not designated as the appropriate harm level will be escalated to myself and again reviewed within the weekly serious incident meeting. I think that's really important. We also have a number of open actions, and some of those actions have stemmed back from since 2020, and as a result, we have an ability actually to close those as quickly as possible. So I've instigated a weekly check and challenge meeting, looking at all those incidents. I will be involved in those, and we will we'll get the incident owners to be involved in closing those, having the most appropriate evidence to support the closure of those. SIs, again, we've got a number of open SIs actions, and the same process will be applied to the open actions. We've got 51 open SI cases, and 24 of those are overdue. Again, there is a trajectory set against all the actions, all the open SI investigations, and we're keeping a close eye, working with our frontline staff to make sure that we are progressing those as early as possible. That's all I probably have at the moment, Chair. Is there any questions?
Very comprehensive. Thank you, Rob. And if I can ask Tom to do the report from the Quality and Patient Safety Committee, then we'll take some questions. So, Tom, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. We last met the Quality and Patient Safety Committee on the 17th of March, and we had no executive escalations specifically. But what we did note was, again, the increased pressure that our trust and our systems were under. And we agreed that we would be happy to step up to have extraordinary meetings to seek assurance that we were keeping patients safe. We left it with the executives to trigger that, and as yet we haven't had a trigger. And I'm assuming, Rob, that would come down to your keeping an eye on harm at exec, but it hasn't reached the situation yet where QPS has been stood up for an extraordinary meeting. The issue of PPE guidance, which has been raised earlier at this board, was raised as a continuing issue of concern by the medical director, because there were mixed messages about the rules applying to the public and the rules applying to the NHS, and we're still waiting for more detail on that, as I think Philip raised in his report. we received partial assurance on the NHS pathways audits, and one of the key things we wanted to understand as a committee was, whilst these audits are going on, is how do we triangulate outcomes of the different audits, and how do we have actions that actually make a difference, and how do we know that they're making a difference? So that the use of trends and the interaction with clinical education in particular was commended. We're one of the few ambulance services that actually audits in real time, so-called live audits, and we thought that was a very positive thing to see. What we're asking, though, is that we have a management response back in May to get more of a sense of the learning and the actions that come out of all this work. We received assurance on the impact of clinical audit actions across the trust, and we did see improvements across the range of patient conditions that were being audited. Although we did wonder why, over a 5-year period, the management of patients with suspected fractured neck of femur haven't improved perhaps as much as we might have expected. But we did, as I say, we were assured that clinical audit was operating effectively, and that the link with clinical education was helping to support learning and action from this work. The Infection Prevention and Control Board Assurance Framework is on the agenda for today, but we did look at that at committee and identified 2 main gaps in assurance, and one was around monitoring to ensure there's effective implementation of our IPC practice, so our expectations of hand hygiene and deep clean, and there is an action plan which we'd looked at the previous QPS, and we are keeping an eye and we are asking for further information on that to ensure the outcomes stated in that action plan, and actually in this integrated performance report we've just been discussing, do make real improvements. There was a discussion about fit testing, and as we've already know, the guidance is lacking, and we've asked the executive to ensure that the board assurance framework includes mitigating actions on this. Another thing we picked up on, which is relating to triangulating with other discussions we've had as a board and in committees, was around antimicrobial stewardship. Sorry, and that we're not required to report back on that through the IPC board assurance framework, but given the amount of prescribing of antibiotics that goes on now through 111, we wanted some more assurance around that, and the medical directors confirmed that the chief pharmacist is looking into this and will be reporting back to us. Serious incidents, I think Rob has really just summarised what I would say there, but consistently we've got over 100 actions outstanding, and sometimes it wasn't clear who was responsible for those actions, who was allocating those responsibilities for those actions. So we've asked for a management response to come back for more assurance on that. We had a superb paper on stroke, and we described this as an exemplar of working in collaboration with our system partners, and obviously stroke data are appearing in the IPR today. We had a fantastic paper on fleet from David's team, where we received assurance that appropriate work is being undertaken now. We've got a new senior manager in place, looking at how we use our vehicles. There's a vehicle user forum, so we are engaging with staff to understand better their needs. A review of the road traffic collisions, and the definition of road traffic collision is very broad, everything from a scrape when you're reversing into something accidentally to a fatal collision. So we had a report on the range of that, and as a trust we do not appear to be an outlier in terms of the rate of these incidents, which was we took assurance from. We had a discussion prompted really by questions from governors at the council meeting around the clinical space in the back of all our vehicles and the safety of undertaking resuscitation procedures, and management are obviously looking at that, but we did receive some assurance on that. So it was a really helpful paper, and we welcomed our new member of David's team to the trust. We received the Learning from Deaths report, which is on the agenda again for today, so I won't spend much time on that, except to say that structured reviews demonstrated good or excellent care in almost 90% of cases, which is a positive. Where care wasn't good or excellent, that tended to be in relation to delays in arriving with the patient, which is something that we have discussed already. So this point about the timeliness of the response being a patient safety issue is illustrated there. In terms of what we learned from these learning from deaths reviews, we do seem to be seeing the same pattern, and we're not learning that much. So what the medical director has suggested is that we put a focus now on more patients with learning difficulties and severe mental illness, and we target reviews on those groups who are particularly vulnerable. So we were assured by the processes and by the low incidence of poor care. Emma then, under horizon scanning, talked us through the surge stroke clinical safety plan, and she's already discussed that here. But what we asked for as a committee was really, when that work's going on, is to think about in parallel, as the executive, having some criteria, so we have a more sort of criteria-based threshold for escalating for an extraordinary quality committee meeting, so that we get a bit more scientific about it. And then Rob gave us an outline of the timescale for preparation of the quality account, and there were no issues to escalate on that. Now, we were going to discuss patient experience, but with Rob only just arriving and having had his first few weeks focused on preparation for the CQ visits, etc., we agreed that we will give a bit more time to carefully consider that really important part of our work, and we will bring that back to the May meeting.
Thank you, Tom. Can I ask colleagues now? We've got some questions for David.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tom and Rob and Nicola, for your reports. I had two questions. So one for Nicola, the non-Omnicell single control drug sign-off has gone from 0 or 1 for the last 11 months to 169 in one single go. So has there been a change in reporting? I mean, one of two things has happened, and given that 170 and 169 have been verified, that says to me we are better at reporting, which is not necessarily an exception, is more of a highlight. But can you explain a little bit what's happened there?
Yeah, so previously the team only reported on the adverse incidents, so the one would have shown in the data set, but for transparency we wanted to show all cases, including those that had then subsequently been verified as being appropriate, hence it suddenly going from, I think it was 2 last time, to the 170 this time, but actually it's only 1 if we look at the previous trends.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. That makes sense. And my other question was, because you've it's come out in your report of stroke and STEMI for November and December, And then Rob, you talked about the harm reviews for C1 and C3 breaches, and some of strokes we get in C1, some in C2, some in C3. So how does all that tie together? We know that REAP 4 is impacting our ability to get to those patients that we report on STEMI and stroke. We then do the harm review. How do we then change something? So yes, we're in REAP 4. We know we were going to be in REAP 4 for maybe a number of weeks more. We're going to learn something about what's the impact and the harm to those patients. And I know the data is a bit outdated because that's just how we report it, because it's a bit out of our control. But we may come up with certain conclusions as a result of those harm reviews. What's the so what? How do we then take that on, knowing that we still have a couple of some weeks ahead of us that are still going to be challenging, and do something different to improve outcomes for patients in these two particular areas, which are part of our clinical priorities?
I think that's a really good question, David, and that's a question that we have to apply to everything that we do. So this so what aspect, as well as really important to have a review of what we're doing to make sure that we are comfortable that the systems and process that we have in place is robust enough and is telling us exactly what it's we think it's telling us. That's one thing. And B, actually, what do you do with that from a learning aspect? So so that will be part of the whole review in terms of how we look at that information. And you're right, how we apply the learning to make sure that we are making the improvements that we need to make.
Thank you. Howard?
Thank you. Yes. Just following up, I had the same question as David did on the Omnicell thing, but there was also a follow-on question regarding those the single witnesses with Omnicell, and in terms of the trend there. So the last 5 months have gone 5, 13, 23, 38. That's a movement, significant movement in the wrong direction, presumably, even though I understand they're being signed off. Is there some issue there in terms of why that number is increasing?
Yeah, it's primarily due to the abstraction reasons that Emma alluded to earlier. So annual leave, sickness, more staff being out on the road as opposed to at base, etc. The assurance for us is that these cases are being recorded. That's the critical factor in all of this, so that we do know when these incidents happen, they can be audited. And as we're seeing, they're being verified as being appropriate, which is the important thing.
Okay, thank you. And then secondly, on the Datix things, I accept that there's a balance between encouraging people to report, which is good, but then having to deal with the reports that get produced. And I noticed, as you mentioned, the serious incidents, although relatively high, are moving in the right direction. I was rather alarmed by the 1,595 items awaiting manager's review. Trying to manage that volume of incidents is presumably incredibly difficult. And I guess the concern would be whether hidden within there are serious incidents that are hidden. Yeah, it's a huge number to monitor.
Yeah, so you're right. It's quite significant numbers in terms of the possibilities of anything onwards within those numbers. As I said before, we've got all incidents that have come in are reviewed by my team in terms of a harm review, and any sort of onwards incidents will be escalated directly to me on a on a sort of daily basis, and then going to our SI review group that is held weekly. Some of the incidences are significantly old incidents, so going back to the time the pandemic started. I think I've done this before, Howard, in my previous organization. We've had similar numbers, and what I've done is to instigate review group which we met on a weekly basis. So in this case, the group is going to meet next week. We're going to go through all those incidences. Some of them we can group together. Others, you can simply, we probably simply have actually implemented some actions around them, and we can evidence it. So it's just a question of actually looking at those and bringing in people as and when in terms of the risk owners to have a conversation in terms of how we can actually close them. I think the issue is the issue actually is what David had said. We need to get to a point where the SWOT aspect, we're just not doing the process of reviewing and closing incidents, but how do we learn? How do we learn from these incidents, and how do we spread those learning across the organization? And my review of the whole systems and processes around quality governance will address that as we move towards the next few weeks and months.
Thank you. That's great. Thanks.
Thank you indeed. Michael, then Tom, and then we'll take a break. Michael?
Very quick, three very quick questions for me. It really builds on David's and Howard's question about Omicron and the reporting. Good that we're getting evidence like that, but it's a question really to Philip as accounting officer. Are you confident, Philip, now, given what happened in Kent, that we have got an adequate control environment over CCAM's use of drugs and medicines?
I'm as confident as I can be when we've still got quite a lot of things on paper, but we've got a plan for that, and we can and do review it if we need to. But yes, I'm fairly confident that our controls are as good as I can find anywhere else.
The paper recording, I know Fiona explained this, that this is partly a problem, isn't it, about the supply side and what the IT supplier is planning to do. So are we left with a paper trail for the foreseeable future?
Yes, I think so. Nicola?
Yes, thank you, Philip. Yes, we are. At the moment, Michael, we are, but there's programmes in development to look at how we restructure our Omnicell systems and our Omnicell reporting, as well as oversight and the management of that. Just to echo Philip's point, I think we're as assured as we can be that our systems are as tight as we can possibly get them at the moment. The team are doing daily and weekly checks on CDs, etc. And also, as well as the 6 monthly unannounced inspections, they do spot checks if anything is identified through any sort of incident reporting or local concerns. The team will go in and do another review as well to make sure that there's no anomalies.
Okay, thanks, Nicola, and thank you for your presentation. And then I don't know who answers this, and there may be, it's the layman's two questions really. I note the slight decline in hand hygiene and controls and all of those sorts of things. There have been no two questions there. There's been no evidence that in any way that through the transportation of patients by CCAM that there has any been, as a result of that reduction in hand hygiene and others, any infection resulting in an acute or an A&E setting. I'm just very conscious of, I'm sure David and Tom will remember the days 10, 15 years ago when infection in hospital environments was rampant, and a lot of it was coming from the community. And it's that assurance. I get worried when I see things, they're only small things, but hand hygiene go down. And then the other point for me is, while we are not a major prescriber of medicines, there's been no yellow card incident in the reporting period, of any adverse consequence for patients that we treat. I'm sure the quick answer to those questions, I don't want to prolong the discussion, but I just wanted assurance on those 2 points.
He wants to comment.
In regards to the hand hygiene, I agree. There is concerns there. If you look at the data, we became non-compliant from October, so before that, we were in the green, and so there's something around. I've asked my team around, just looking at that. So it probably means what has changed, because this is cultural practices of hand hygiene and being below the elbow, which which often, comes into the norm in terms of what people do every single day because they've been doing it forever. But something has actually changed in terms of the data and the compliance. So that's one thing. The other thing is that the action plan that were submitted to the Quality and Patients Committee need to be refreshed. I think it's not ambitious enough in terms of our approach to resolving the issue. So I am working through that with my team. At the very least, we should be sending out some safety alerts and or information to help line managers to raise the issue and support them to have those conversations with staff, in particular the bare below the elbow and the hand hygiene issue.
Thanks,
triangulation. I think I've looked at our aseptic non-touch technique results as well. So there are observational audits that take place at twice monthly, and they are 90%. So at least at least we somewhat assured that we're doing that right. But I think in all other aspects we need to take a different approach to how we make the improvements.
Okay. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Robert.
Applications from drug.
Sorry, Michael, I forgot. Anything else you want to raise?
Yeah, it was just this question about yellow card. Did you answer that, Rob? I mean, that was basically, there's been no adverse implications from the way in which we administered drugs or anything. No. It's just I'm interested in a different role. So thank you.
Yeah, none.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks. So I've got two questions for Nicola, and I've already declared my interest because I'm on the national steering group for the big cardiac audit. But we don't have any data for heart attack or stroke, so for STEMI or stroke for January and February. So it's difficult to keep a handle on where we currently are. But also, are we measuring the right thing? We know that the arrival at hospital to angiography time for heart attack patients has remained stable for the last 5 years. That the increase in that time from calling for help to getting the angiography is all pre-hospital. And really, what are we doing to absolutely drive a focus on reducing on-scene times for our patients, because those are the major contributor to mortality, to long-term problems with heart failure, and they're so important.
Thank you, Nicola.
Thanks, Tom. Just in terms of the data reporting, to be clear, there's a 3-month data backlog delay at national level with reporting to allow for the national benchmarking, etc. I know everybody's aware, but just to reiterate that point, it's not that we've been lax with the data provision. In terms of the national challenges, Tom, completely concur. This has been an ongoing discussion you and I have had many times over the years. In terms of where we are, we have representation on the national groups. And it's been determined that the call to scanner times may be a more meaningful metric, which is being taken back to the National Stroke Leads Group for consideration. And you probably are a bit more in the know about this than me, but my understanding is that the onset times of the less than 4 hours is also looking to be changed nationally to potentially 11 hours come April.
Thanks, Nicola. I get that. I'm talking about STEMI in particular. So the call to hospital time is the bit that's increasing year on year. And I just wanted, I just need assurance there is a real management grip and focus on that. And that are, accepting we need to treat patients with dignity and compassion. We do need to get them into the cardiac catheter laboratory. And as I say, the hospital bit of the total metric has remained stable for years. It's the pre-hospital bit that is getting longer and longer, including with us, I think.
Yeah, I think we would all agree on that one. And it's really related to the education of our staff, how much our crews are aware, the initial call triage. It's a pathways model that Claire and the team are currently looking at. She's done a deep dive audit, as you know, that's come through QPSC that had some very detailed results and actions that are currently being implemented. And happy to follow that up through back with Claire with an update report, if that would help back to the subcommittee of the board to provide further assurance. But there are various work strands and actions in place to look at the different pathway and the flow of that pathway and where we can impact positively.
That's good to hear. We just need to make sure that gets joined up. So I'll report back to QPS and then to the board, because it's an important quality indicator, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks, Nicola. Tom, final question. Anything more to say?
No, that was me. Thank you.
I take you done. Right. Okay. Thank you. That's well, really important discussion there in terms of the fact that clinical matters. That I think there's been a good discussion there in terms of areas of potential risk and concern, and I think, Tom, I think there's a lot there for the QPS to follow through and to make sure then the board is assured that the action is taken in these key areas. Can I suggest now that we take a short break because of time is pressing in terms of the business, but we also need to look after our own health as well. So can I suggest that we reconvene in 12:40? Take 10 minutes to refresh and then come back reinvigorated to deal with the other important items on the agenda. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Still got quite a bit of business to transact. We are behind time, but it's all important stuff. But just ask for people to just keep an eye on time with when we're making comments. I think we're now going to move on to the Workforce and Wellbeing Committee or subject. I think, John, you're going to introduce us to this, Jonathan Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So there's been a lot of conversation already about wellbeing and employee issues. There is a wealth of peer-reviewed evidence that shows that there is a direct causal link between engaged employees and quality as the golden thread that runs through the organisation. And as David and Philip has said, it's clear from our recently released staff survey that there's much work to be done on staff engagement. In terms of the IPR, there are three things that I'd like to actually highlight. First one is sickness absence. This remains a concern, and it's still work to be done on the management of long COVID and sickness absence and COVID. There is an examination of a national ambulance solution rather than a local solution to that. We are working with our ops colleagues and union reps on the absence management policy, particularly looking at alternative duties and sickness absence triggers. These changes and the changes to how sickness management of COVID will all be rolled in together. And we continue to support our ops colleagues through a sickness absence action plan that started with 23 actions across 3 domains of data, process, and support. And as of this week, 15 of those actions have been closed, with work ongoing on the remaining 8. In terms of training, Subo has already asked the question, and Emma has given an excellent answer on the plan to roll out Made at CCAN fundamentals in fiscal Q1 of 22-23. Both the plan and management commitment is there. And Ali and I recognise that there needs to be a tension between course attendance and performance. And longer term, OD are developing more of a mixed economy of learning and development provision, so that we're going to be moving away solely from providing in-person courses to a series of flexible learning options, such as in-person courses, e-learning, hotshot videos, and coaching. On appraisals, the rollout of the new appraisal system and processes will go into the remaining corporate services. The new process and the system allows for a much richer conversation around behaviours and values, rather than a formulaic meeting. The intention is to complete all of the rollout of the new appraisals across the trust by March 2023. And with the IPR, I just wanted to point out that would highlight in relation to the point that David was making around workforce. We are rolling out the use of Lean Six Sigma to reduce the time to hire in resourcing, so that we'll be able to onboard new starters more efficiently and more effectively. And we're also refreshing the trust local and trust-wide induction processes and materials as well.
Thank you. Laurie, is there anything you want to point of view of the Workforce Committee?
No, I mean, in terms of the escalation reports, David.
No, in terms of the report from WWC.
I mean, in terms of there are 2 reports here. I think they're excellently written. I don't think there's very much I want to add. There's only a couple of points. One is I mean, to recognise the excellent work that's been done in terms of the performance dashboard and the use of that, drawing data down to suit the committees. In WWC, we made the point that actually that data needs to be interrogated a bit deeper, perhaps, to identify what we're calling hotspots. I'm sure there's a better name for it, but places where the management is not working well, so to speak, evidenced by employee relations, performance issues, and generic indicators like turnover, retention, sickness, absenteeism, that kind of thing. And as heralded by Philip earlier, I think what WWC are going to be looking for are more focused development actions around that. So a different kind of balance between cohorts and classes and more problem-based, team-based action learning kind of input around those particular problems and particular problem areas, probably more OD than MD. And I think WWC are going to be looking for those kind of more focused solutions. The second issue I'd like to pick up, again, recognising the excellent work the execs are doing, particularly around clinical education strategy and a wider education training and development strategy that's online we're going to see soon, is the relationship between clinical education and the wider business of education training and development. Because I don't think we're confident that there's a clear line of sight from the board about where responsibilities and accountabilities lie around education training and development. The executive have set up an education training delivery group. I'm a bit worried about groups because they tend to float around in the ether without being tied to scrutiny and advice of formal boards. And I think we're going to expect from the executive a clearer view about how clinical education, training and development more generally are feed up to the board. The only other thing I think I'd pick up, certainly from the WWC meeting, is the input from Maisie Lane. She's a graduate management trainee and she gave a very spirited account of her experience at CCAM. But the conversation it triggered in WWC was actually about the need to break, I mean, she was an outsider, obviously, break down the boundaries between CCAM and the rest of the NHS, and probably between CCAM and the wider world even. Because otherwise you get into this very overly insular view, and insular kind of equals tribal. So we were saying that actually we need to make sure that our people gain experience beyond CCAM through placements and rotation and planned employment opportunities. And that raised the specific issue of needing to do something much more determined, if you will, about career development and talent management and succession planning. If we're going to actually recruit and retain staff, it's a powerful engine, a powerful draw to do that. And it's interesting, that's particularly in relation to attracting and retaining female staff. So those were the issues I think I want to pick up. The second paper, I'm sorry there's two. I mean, that's the bad news. The good news, it's the last time you'll hear from me, so that's the good news. That was I think I don't really want to pull anything from that, except to say that it happened. In other words, I think for CCAM, the boundaries or the bailiwicks of each of the formal committees are going to have to flex as we face a more difficult and turbulent time out there. And I think you're going to get it really did work when what we did was find an issue, particularly around training and development and workforce planning, that crossed the spheres of two committees, both WWC on the one hand and performance on the other. And so at Peter's suggestion, we held a combined extraordinary meeting. It worked really well, and I think we've just got to get a bit like Tom said, we've got to get used to doing that, because it should reduce pressure on exec and make our ability to assure ourselves easier. The other thing I'd say is that you'll see all over this is stuff around partial assurance. And I think what's interesting, if you read the two reports one after the other and look why assurance is partial, I think what we're seeing is that actually the plans are very good, the mitigations are very good, the proposals are very good, and increasingly the data and evidence on which they're based is better. But I think on all of those issues where assurance is partial, it's to do with the delivery. It's the danger of things being shelved under pressure of operations, under pressure of performance. And I think that's where probably in time WWC is going to need extra assurance, and it's about the executives actually delivering the plans and gaining the benefits that are have been made so clear in other reports. I don't think there's anything else I'd like to say. Let me just check the other one. So I missed anything in particular. Oh, there was only one thing which really came up was asked earlier about HR resourcing. I think what HR have done is an amazing job in terms of improving HR process performance. They've done really well at that. Now, whether they seem to be adequately staffed to do that, they've done that very well. But you are expecting a lot of HR in all sorts of areas. You were talking about both the cultural change, also stuff around violence towards staff, all sorts of things. Always mitigated or improvement about management development or training and development. And it seems to me going forward, I would be asking, if I was staying, for Ali, John and others to talk to me about what kind of HR resources they need in order to extend out from simple HR processes into this more, how can I say, absolutely vital but more complex development work. If you don't do that, what you're going to do is rely more and more and more on external consultants. And as good as they are in their place, I think you'd be missing an opportunity to develop the competence and capacity within CCAM if that's the route you're forced to take. So if I was staying, I think I'd be asking you, John, Ali, can you talk to me about what kind of capacities and capabilities you need in HR if you're going to fulfill the expectations that the board is making of you in both these reports and in a lot of the other conversations we've had today.
Thank you, Larry. Well made strategic point as your final address, as it were. So thank you for that. Colleagues, Michael, questions, comments?
Yeah, very quickly. I know we're short of time. John, excellent work that you're doing. I am still concerned, though, I have to be honest, and I'm not necessarily assured around performance appraisals. So I'm used to organisations where, zero tolerance, it's 100%. Everybody has at least once in the 12 months a formal appraisal. It's an opportunity to celebrate. It's an opportunity to stop bad behaviour. It's an opportunity to put development. And I suppose what I'm saying to the executive, and I know this is just HR, is, okay, we'll have the new system up and running, rolled out by March of next year. What percentage over the next 12 months are we going to be, what percentage, what's going to be the performance gap? Because the indicators aren't good, and they've not been good since I've been here, about the number of people who have proper appraisals. So what's your take on this? Are we going to be about 50% down, 60%? Because it worries me if we get to March of next year and people have not had a performance appraisal in the last 12 or 18 months, and it is closely linked to the cultural change, and it is a real important indicator that I don't think we focused enough on. I know your HR, you're very much dependent on everybody else in the organisation, but what's your assessment of that?
I agree, absolutely. Appraisals are one of the fundamental tools of building employee engagement and development and leading through to retention and succession management. We do have, and we are developing a trajectory that will see 85% compliance by the end of the year, by the end of the fiscal, and that's the aspiration that both Ali and I have. The new appraisal is very much different from the old appraisal. It doesn't allow that much richer conversation. It is far less of a bureaucratic nightmare. And it is actually more based around what the individual is doing on a day-to-day basis. And as you say, it shouldn't be a surprise. It should be a form of celebration, and then also a point of, what are the objectives that you're going to have for the next year. it's one part of the conversations that line managers have to be having with staff, as well as well-being conversations. And I would say that, you know, we are actually looking at developing a trajectory dashboard that we'll be able to prosecute at SMG and also at EMB to ensure that we are going to be delivering on that 85%.
That's true. So can I just be clear that you're aiming, and this is, I'm looking to Philip as Chief Executive, you're aiming for March of next year, 85% of staff will have had their appraisal. I know there's other interactions throughout the year. Is that what you're saying? Forgive me if I'm being a bit dense there.
No, that's what we're getting, because our rate of turnover means that we won't be able to ever get to 100%.
No, I understand that. Okay, I just want to go on record, Chair. From my perspective, I really want to hold the executive to account for that. You know, I really want that 85% met. You know, because I think this is just part of the deal that we have with CCAM people. We've got to deliver on that, and I don't accept, you know, abstraction, COVID and all that. We've got to get beyond that. You know, appraisals do not take long. You know, they can be done at base, but I regard that as a fundamental first base of management within any organisation. I'm sorry if I feel very stringent about this, but it's very important, and I think you need to get that message from the executive. And John, I'm very grateful to you and Ali for, you know, the work that you're doing. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil, do you want to respond?
No, Chair, I think it's the same. Mike has already talked about what exactly I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chris, I missed that. It's like break up in sound.
No, I was just going to say, I wanted to say exactly what Michael has just said. So thank you for that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Phil, if you want to respond to Michael's point there in terms of going to board, you know, there's a board commitment to this. It's every member of staff right to have a structured conversation with the boss at least once a year about performance and their ambition.
Yeah, absolutely. I sign up to it, and we need to move the dial. There are the difficulty of doing this in certain areas is, one, we have some people who are off for very long periods and who don't engage, and secondly, as John says, there are a range of factors means that you can't get to what I would have thought was the level acceptable in other organisations that I've been in. But I just want to check with John. I think the paper we took, because we've been discussing this at EMB, I thought that said 80%, not 85.
I will triple check, but I think it's 85%. If you let me just double triple check.
Let's be clear on the percentage. But what you that can be clarified after the meeting. Yeah. But I think in terms of the spirit of this meeting, what the board is saying is,
what I'm saying is that we've got to be so much higher than we are now.
But at the same time, yes, the expectation on management to lead this process. There's also an expectation, as you said, Philip, there of our staff to engage with this. It's two-way. Yeah. Because I see these processes as much the manager, the leader giving feedback to a colleague is actually the colleague giving feedback to their boss. It's two-way, and we've really got to get this across. This is not just about, you know, the organisation telling the member of staff how they're doing. This is about the members. This is the fundamental cultural change I want to see in CCAM. Is we're listening to our staff, and the staff have got a voice, and but they're responsible in how they raise it. And there's no better place than a structured appraisal to have a good two-way conversation about how things are going. And that's really what we want to get to. So we're not making it over formulaic. We just want to make sure these conversations happen, and it's two-way. Really important, that, I think, from a personal point of view. John?
So we do have 80% in the IPR, but let me double check what we had in the paper that went to EMB yesterday. I don't immediately have it to hand.
Well, if we hit 80%, I think we'll put the flags out anyway. You can put 85%, we really will be celebrating. Let's be ambitious though and really push this. But it's two-way responsibility. This is as much on the staff as it is on the boss. So let's make sure we get that relationship right to have that conversation. Okay, any other final points on workforce wellbeing issues, Tom? And Paul,
yes,
then Paul.
just on the appraisal issue, David. So John, the quality of the appraisal matters. So this is contingent on preparing the managers to do the appraisals. So is that covered under the fundamentals, or is this a separate piece of training for managers? Because we've got to get it right, otherwise there's no point doing it if the appraisals aren't quality, and line managers are properly prepared to do them. There's almost no point in doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. That is part of the fundamentals, is my understanding. Yes.
Thank you.
There's a couple of things I'd like to add to that, Tom. Firstly, we have sadly all our numbers are low, but we have been consistently higher than some other most other ambulance trusts in the value of our appraisals, the quality of the appraisal. So our managers have been doing not a bad job. And over the last month or so, there's been some really good workshops going on about how to do the new appraisal system. So and they've been online. I've seen really good feedback from those. So that it's a multi-layered thing, but it feels like that's been going down really well with managers.
Good. Okay, good to hear that. Paul?
Yeah, just a quick one. I know that nearly all the topics investigated are under partial assurance, and I wondered if there's a why, basically, and if there's a systemic issue behind that.
Do you want to come back on that one, Laurie?
Yeah, Paul, I mean, as I said just now, it's quite interesting that if you look at the kind of analysis and planning for some of these issues, it is phenomenally good. I mean, it really is. And there's evidence of good relationships, good co-working between ops and the business development team and HR. Where I think the committees are not assured is about consistency of delivery, of actually making it happen, which is Michael's point about appraisals and needing a definitive target and a target time really illustrates that point. And I think it leads back into an issue which you, as a board, talked about earlier and have talked about before, is this balance between performance in terms of hours on the road and abstractions for all of these things. And I think it really needs to be recognised a bit more clearly. We all know it, but it perhaps needs to be brought more to the front of our minds that both are about performance. If you abstract a lot of people, it affects his immediate performance. But if you don't do this training and development work, it is going to affect performance in the longer term. And so that's why we remain partially assured about a great deal of this. Is that fair, John?
Laurie, they're partially assured with an upward trajectory, though. You're acknowledging that we are laying some really good foundations here.
Yeah, no, I think
I'll see it through.
I think in terms of where this is, it's phenomenally better because the analysis is good, the co-working is good, the kind of proposals that are being made are absolutely right. It's about delivery and making it happen that I think it encourages is just or stops us being assured and makes it partially assured. It's consistent across most of these development activities.
That's a good summary. Any other final points before we move on from this subject? Okay, thank you. That's a comprehensive analysis there of our workforce challenges currently and remuneration that's in place. So thank you for that. Can we move on now to the Finance and Investment Committee? David Hammond.
Thanks, Chair. So nothing to particularly point out from the integrated performance report. I'd just like to say that we, for our month 11 financial position, remained on track. We are able to, I think, improve the bottom line at the year end a little bit, but not through withholding any money from operations or anywhere else in the business, just through the way that the financial flows have worked, particularly from the central allocations for various aspects throughout the year. So our year-end position, which actually it's the end of the year today, of course. So our year-end position should come in broadly on plan or on our revised forecast as expected. Just to follow on from a point that David made earlier in the meeting around the performance committee and the integrated planning, obviously the end of the integrated planning approach is how much it costs and how much the system can afford. So I need to signal to the board today, and it was something that we did actually cover at the finance committee previously, so I'm sure Howard will touch on it as well. We are currently working through the scenarios, the integrated planning scenarios that David referred to earlier. We do have a significant gap to commissioners at the moment, but we are working through that with them. And the key to it is that this isn't about a bottom line right-hand corner number. This is about the impact of the funding on the quality of care that we are able to give due to the number of resources that we can put out. And our commissioners understand that. And that is the conversation that we're having with them. So I won't do numbers in a public meeting because that would be disingenuous to the negotiation process that we're having. But I will inform the board in public that it is a significant gap that we're working through. And those conversations are happening several times a week at the moment with finance and quality colleagues being brought on board. I think that was all I was going to raise from the IPR from a finance perspective, Chair. Thank you.
But David, I'm very glad you made that point. But what I glean from what you're saying is that they made in the spirit, the discussions are in the spirit of partnership with our commissioners. Everyone understands that we've got the system, the wider NHS, faces some really big challenges, and we're having the conversation in that light rather than either one of us think that someone's being disingenuous anywhere.
Absolutely, and it's a very open book process, and the integrated plan assists all sides because they can see exactly the assumptions and everything that underpins ultimately the number that we need to agree on financially.
Well, I think as a board we want to commend that approach, that we are open book, open and honest, and I think that's really important for the spirit of negotiations, which you say I think more to follow. Really, I think it's likely to be a challenging year ahead from tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Any Howard, do you want to move on to your report from the Finance and Investment Committee? Then we'll take questions regarding the financial position.
Yeah, just to and David's last point is to echo that, and that's it's not only working in partnership with the commissioners, but it's the quality of the debate that we're now able to have a well-informed debate based upon the integrated plan. That's the key improvement that comes through from that planning process. Yeah, just to say from a financial perspective, financial performance perspective, as David has set out, so we are assured in terms of delivery of the plan for the year and hopefully just slightly ahead, which is great. So a few swings and roundabouts in there, but overall a very good result. We've adequately covered the integrated planning process. So the only other things was the capital plan. We approved in principle, obviously subject to funding, but we reviewed that capital program, 5-year capital program, in principle, which covers obviously the remaining expenditure on Banstead and Medway, plus a range of other things as well. So yeah, but not approved for spending because that will come through in the business case in the usual way. There was a point highlighted on an issue regarding the Banstead ACRPs, which is proving difficult to find a suitable ACRP for that. And then the other points for the business cases, which are actually on the agenda. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. So, colleagues, any questions you want to check out on regarding our finance and investment position? So, in summary, David, we're meeting our promises. In a sense, we're meeting our commitments for the end of the financial year today. unless there's any surprises we're not yet aware of, but we are confident of being in where we said we'd be, which I think is important for our credibility. And we are laying down a marker that there are clearly challenging discussions with our commissioners, but are being done in the open, not in the spirit of partnership. Thank you. More to follow, I think, on that latter point. Thank you indeed. Let's move forward now to the that concludes the IPR, and we'll now move forward to the audit committee. Headlines to the audit committee, please, Michael.
Yeah, Chair, I know we're running out of time. Just on an exception basis, I can give assurance we're coming to the end of the financial year, as David mentioned. We discussed with KPMG their plans and the initial work that they're doing on CCAM's financial statements and the value for money opinion. There's nothing to report there. That's progressing as one would expect. It could be a difficult year in terms of, David will know, looking at the end of year adjustments, but I think David and his team have that really under control. We also took some internal audit reports. They're listed in the escalation report. The only one I'll mention on an exception is the report on the fleet that got partial assurance. Now, we shouldn't be worried by that. I think the good thing that came out of that review was that CCAM is well served in terms of the information and metrics it has relating to fleet and how we utilise and deploy them. The partial assurance is we have yet to make proper use of that information to help us get the best value from the fleet. But I'm assured by the work that David's doing that is something that we will realise over the next 12 to 18 months. There's nothing more I would say. I hope the report is fairly comprehensive, but I'm happy to take questions, but nothing of major concern to bring to the board's attention.
Thank you. Questions of the chair of the audit committee? We're content that we've had controls in place. Thank you. I look forward to the results of the external audit in due course, but so far so good. Thank you indeed. That's good to hear. Shall we move on now to there are three reports which are before us. Learning from deaths. Are we on to, yeah, learning from deaths, the IPC report, infection prevention control report, and the gender pay gap report. All three have been through appropriate subcommittees, but can we, just in terms of, as we are the full board, is it for the learning from deaths report, do we wish to bring out any key points from that?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think the report is fairly reflective and congruent of those earlier reports that have been received and put through QPSC. The data is pretty similar. In terms of the review itself, just to reiterate the point Tom made earlier, is that the panel have reflected on the SJR outcomes being similar and there being limited opportunity for learning, and therefore discussions are now underway to ensure targeted cases are specifically reviewed each time. So those cases pertaining to child deaths, learning disabilities, mental health, etc., to drive up quality and patient safety for our vulnerable patients.
From the point of view of the public board, we're not raising any red flags, are we, from this report, and that's important in terms of its. Tom's summarised the quality committee review of it, and this again conveys the spirit of openness that we are really looking at our practice so we can fully account for ourselves. Okay, thank you for that. The infection prevention and control report, Rob.
There's not much to say in the report. It's an integrated performance framework in regards to board assurance framework for the infection prevention and controls in regards to specifically around our response to COVID and winter respiratory illnesses. I think we've already had a conversation in terms of the gaps in the assurance framework. So one being the hand hygiene audits, and the other one is around the FFP3 mask. The organisation, as the board will know, is that during the various waves of the pandemic, the trust opted to use the power hoods as the safest option to effectively protect our staff and our patients. FFP3 masks at the time were initiated, but were extremely problematic in terms of the numbers of staff that were failing fit testing based on facial structures and facial hair, etc. So Power Herd was commenced, and this is recommended by the Health and Safety Executives as well as NHS E and I. The organisation is comfortable with the use of the current position. Where alternatives are required is in our CCP staff group, and those staff groups are continuously being assessed and test fitted. But there's no need to extend beyond that particular group of staff.
It's good. Well, it's good to hear the outcome of the powered HUDs, in the sense that was a discussion the board did have, and committed to make a substantial investment because the safety of our staff mattered. It's good to get your confirmation that that has been seen to be a positive step and is best practice in terms of infection prevention and control, so which is good to hear. Thank you. And any questions on infection prevention and control from anyone? You're clear on what Rob said? Thank you. And the other one is the gender pay gap report. Who's going to lead on this?
Thank you, Chair. I can. So the gender pay gap report looks at the gap between male and female earnings across job grades and roles, as opposed to an equal pay report that would compare men and women in like roles. It does show that we have a gender pay gap with a small increase in gender diversity at the upper quartiles of the trust. And Agenda for Change ensures that we do provide equal pay for work of equal value, but when we see discrepancies in the system there. In the lower quartile, there are 26% more females than male colleagues and 21% more female than male colleagues in the second quartile. This trend has been increasing over the last 3 years and is believed to be driven by the increases in the number of health advisors and EMAs who are in Agenda for Change Band 3. The call centres provide more opportunity for part-time and flexible working, which continue to be primarily utilised by female colleagues. Whilst this flexibility is really positive and indicates good practice, we need to be mindful that this flexibility is followed through in the pay bands to ensure those colleagues can progress. Data is collected for other reports indicate that men at lower pay bands are still more likely to progress at the same rate as their male counterparts. This report doesn't recommend any new actions, but renews a request for focus on the actions we have already committed to as part of the Integrated Equality Action Plan, which will go towards supporting workforce, gender and ethnic diversity. Board oversight and driving the agenda in their individual teams will be key to making improvements, and there is already work in train to review processes within HR and recruitment, but individual directorates also need to look at their teams and seek to identify opportunities to do things differently with advice from subject matter experts.
Colleagues, are you content with that report? Is there any further further work the board needs to sponsor in this area? Essentially, are we being fair to our staff? Is there any further work we can be doing in this area? Michael?
John, can I just ask, it's not necessarily related to, well, it is really gender pay. Are we confident that if you look at our modelling of our workforce, and I know we're doing more of that on Better by Design, that the pipeline of women coming forward for future leadership roles within the organisation is resilient, you know, and as good as it could be, or if not better than it could be, because, you know, getting more women into senior roles within the organisation is part of the solution as well, because it gives role models, it begins to rebalance the pay. There's a whole range there, and I should know this already, but I'm really, it's the future Emmas that I'm looking for. Really, we're confident that those people are in the pipeline.
There's not one silver bullet to solving that, Michael. There are a number of things that we need to look at, both systemically, but also in the development of those opportunities for managers. to move up and progress through the grades, through role modeling, through coaching, mentoring, as well as targeted interventions and learning and development programs, as well as understanding the as well as looking at how we mobilize our leaders so that they can actually work more flexibly.
Okay, but that's not a real answer of my question, to be honest with you.
Sorry.
Further, all I just say is from my previous experience in another organisation that started off considerably male dominated with a gender gap, you have to take risks, and you have to. And the one way in which I certainly did it was I had a development program that ultimately, through merit, but through encouragement, there were actually more women on that than there were men. And what that meant was that we changed the whole composition of the directorate within a relatively small period, about 5 to 6 years. So I don't want you to come back to me. I'm sure you're doing in Ali, but I would encourage us all to be ambitious in this space. You know, we have to be. My take on the NHS, it's good at saying the words, but it's not good on delivering the results. And I'd like to change that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Michael. I mean, I'm reminded that we do actually support female leadership leaders through our Springboard program. So there are active things that we are doing to support female leaders and bring them through the organisation.
Thank you. Let Philly give a chance to comment on this, then I'll bring in Emma.
I was going to suggest Emma as chair of our gender equality group goes first.
Yeah, so Emma.
First of all, I'd really like to thank you for the compliment of the next Emmas or the more Emmas. Bring it on is all I can say. So thank you for that. I think the answer is I don't think the pipeline is robust, but I don't think it's an us pipeline. And I'll give you the example. I've recruited an ADO and an associate director of ops and a deputy director of ops in the last 18 months. Women featured less than 20% of the applicants. So the challenge that we have is fundamentally, why do we not have more women in senior ops position? There's a new hashtag out and a new group that's called Proud to be Ops, trying to really push more women to move into operational roles. The flip side, and it's the analogy, I came from commissioning, where I ran a team of 23 people, of which only 2 were men. So I think we have to recognise actually there are different parts of the NHS, as there are different organisations that are naturally attractive to some groups of people more than others. But Michael, we have to do a shed load more. I'm acutely aware of the gender imbalance in my management teams, and I talk about it frequently, and we've been having some conversations about what we absolutely have to do to be brave, to challenge, and I think that sits across all of us, and we need to be representative at every level. And I look to the board, you know, and Laurie is stepping away, which completely understand. My challenge is how do we then recruit a new Laurie that also supports diversity? So I think we all have to own it personally, as well as a trust, but we need to do more without a doubt. But I think it's going to be a longer term piece around empowerment and engagement. And if you see yourself in those above you, then you are more likely to step forward. And I need to create, we need to create a bit more of a momentum.
Yeah, could I just come back very briefly? I know we're running out of time. I fully support what you're saying, Emma. And the lesson I take from it, for what it's worth, was you have to talk to women within the organisation and give them the confidence to think they can apply. Yep. Because a lot of them, in my previous life, mainly accountancy, it was the feeling, well, you know, I won't be given the space to do this. They won't adjust my work. They won't do that, and they won't do that. And you actually have to say to them, look, that will happen if you apply and you are successful. So I think it's not just you. I think it's your whole executive team. Yep. And I hope that, I'm sure that is happening, reaching out and saying, you know, you can do this. And that's really important. Anyway, thank you.
Without the time, Philip, do you want to comment any further?
Yeah, I'll just come in on the back of what Emma said, and of course our workforce is changing significantly, and our leadership has to change at the same pace, because if we don't do this, most of increasingly the paramedic courses at universities certainly are overwhelmingly female.
Yes.
And so our brightest people joining the organisation in the ops side are now looking up at leaders that are different to them. So we've got to pull through some of those bright young females up into the three layers above where they sit as paramedics. At the moment, they largely choose to try and go to the clinical route to band 7, as opposed to the team leader route to band 7. And we've got to change that.
Hence the importance of a succession plan, a well-articulated succession plan. Thank you. Can we conclude on that, on those 3 reports, with the gender pay gap report? We know the report. We know there's more to do, but I think the board can be heartily assured that it's certainly getting attention now. There's work streams in place, overseen by the Workforce Committee, and I think the board are signalling it's something they're taking seriously and wants to see brought back for regular reports. Thank you. Let's move on now to important item onto the strategy section, which is the Better by Design programme. I think, Philip, you're going to introduce this, and then other colleagues are going to follow on with their comments. So, Philip?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Katie to flick on some slides. Thank you, Katie. I'll tell you when to change slides. So, Better by Design. This is the first time that we're looking at Better by Design in any detail at a public board, but it is here for information, and so that we'll try and just give everybody something to take away that explains the shape and breadth. So change to the next slide, please. So Better by Design starts with our strategy, and it ends with how we care for our patients and our staff. So we're very clear in our purpose, our values, our priorities. But actually, when you come out of the end of Better by Design, what we're being clear about is actually what effect has had on that on the patients, and what effect has all the programs had on our staff. So next slide, please, Katie. As we move forward, it's obvious that from the conversations that we had earlier, David was talking about the workforce balances and how we do things. So we can only attract a certain amount of staff each year. We can only train a certain amount of staff each year. We can only develop a certain amount of staff each year. So our inflow is actually not it's not boundless. We don't. It's not like you can say, well, we're going to recruit 800 next year. Couldn't do it. Couldn't take it. So we have to limit the amount of people that come in each year. We're more ambitious each year, but the gaps are big. So it's obvious to those of us who live and breathe this stuff that what we actually have to do is change the way in which we provide care, in order that for the next few years we're not simply sitting in the place that we're sitting in now, which is with an imbalance between supply and demand because of the way in which we deliver our care. But it's also doing something as big as changing your care delivery model. Means that you have to do this across the whole trust, because we've run a 24/7, 365 live service where we can never let people down. So as we make these changes, if you're going to make a change to something as significant as a care delivery model, you have to do it so that the whole trust moves in unison. So that it's got to be choreographed. So that's why we have set up Better by Design. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand over in a second. But so this is what we've designed here is a portfolio of programs that deliver our strategy, that enable Emma and her team to redesign the care delivery model in a safe and a coordinated way with all the things that support it. So that's why when we designed the strategy, the first thing we got working on was the performance cell work, so that we could have the data in order to inform how you can work with a care delivery model. At this stage, I'm going to hand over to David Hammond. David.
Thank you, Philip. So yeah, so we spent quite a lot of time on the design of this portfolio approach to ensure, as Philip says, that it does what it needs to do, which is to deliver the purpose and the strategy of the organisation. And I'll come on to that in a bit more. What this doesn't do is give us the answers. So this is a design of a program which will get us to the, or a portfolio of programs which will get us to the answers. It does not come up with the answer in its own right, and certainly not at the design stage. So what you're seeing on the within the circle in the jigsaw pieces are 6 programs and an overarching portfolio tool, which is in the middle of the programs, which will allow us to make sure that we have that integration across the whole of the organisation that Philip just referred to. I'm just going to briefly run through the 6 programs and explain them in a small amount of detail, appreciating time. But it's really important to note that each of the program is actually led by an exec director. I'm going to lead the overarching portfolio and putting it together piece as the Chief Operating Officer. David's going to lead or is already leading the performance cell and predictive planning. Emma is the Director of Operations, very closely supported by Fiona, and Rob is going to lead the care delivery model work. The clinical education strategy and pipeline work is led by Fiona, who already has clinical education within her portfolio. Staff development, training and organisational development is of course led by Ali as our HR Director. Organisational redesign is led by the Chief Exec because it affects the whole of the organisation, and the external contracting and financing piece is led by me because that obviously sits in my portfolio, but I will be sharing and have huge support with that from my team who already are out there in the system working in partnership, etc. So within these 6 programs in the overarching portfolio, there are 3 really important golden threads which are not individual programs in their own right, because they underpin each of the programs in such a big way that we couldn't just call them out separately as a program in their own right. And those 3 golden threads are obviously the quality agenda, which is why Rob, as the Director of Quality and Nursing, will be the Vice Chair of the Portfolio Board, which sits in the middle of all of this. The green agenda, which we touched on this morning in the opening of the meeting, in fact, and then technology. And I know that over the next board meeting, we will be looking at the IT strategy or the digital strategy, because we absolutely acknowledge that technology will run through all of these things as golden threads as we go forward. So I'm going to probably pause there on this slide and ask to move to the next slide. David and Emma, I will hand over to in a minute, who will give you a bit more detail on both the performance cell and the care delivery model. So this slide that we've moved on to now really just calls out in slightly more detail what we're trying to achieve, the framework within which we'll do it, and what it will actually mean at the end of it. So our aims, I won't read them out, they're very obvious, and they align back to the strategy and the purpose of the organisation. The way we're going to do it, I think we probably do need to talk about, because this underpins a lot of what we're doing. It underpins, it also underpins or is an element of the skills that we know our managers will need across the organisation. So getting the basics right first time, so therefore reducing duplication and frustration and loss of morale, if I can ever get the words out, standardizations of tasks and processes, and the way that we use our policies, and strategic alignment so that we don't end up working in silos. All of those things, I'm sure when we look into the staff survey and we start to really interrogate the results, will come out as things that we appreciate and have known that the staff are unhappy with, and the things that don't mean that we don't work as optimally as we can. We picked these out quite a long time ago, and we've designed them into the programme. And then what will it mean for patients and staff? This isn't an exhaustive list, but very clearly, if we get this right, we will end up with shorter waits, the right response to patients, and therefore a better patient experience and a better quality of service to our patients, which is ultimately what we're here for. And to do that, we can support our staff better with a healthier way of working, proper breaks at the right time within their shift, much more education opportunities, much more career development opportunity, and so on and so forth, which again, going back to the staff survey conversation, will allow us to increase some of the results that we're not as good at and we would like to be better at. So again, designed into the programme, and as I reiterate, the design's taken a while because we wanted to get it right. If we can move on to the next slide, please, Katie. Thank you very much. So this slide's indicative really at this stage. It shows a broad timeline of the approach, and the approach that we're going to take on this is, let's generate ideas from across the organisation. This isn't the board generating the ideas, and whilst everybody's equal and we could all have an input, actually I'd much rather the ideas came from the people who are doing the job day in, day out, etc. We'll evaluate those ideas, we'll model the ideas using the performance cell, we will test the ideas in pilots and proof of concepts, we'll evaluate those proof of concepts, we will redeploy, retest, and ultimately deploy the right answer. So that will take time. I'm not going to commit to the board, and I'm not sure that Michael won't ask me to, but I will not commit to the board now that we can get this done in 6 months or 9 months or whatever. But we do appreciate, and as Philip's already said, these structural changes are the things that will actually move the dials in a big way and move us on to the next steps. Just doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is not something that, we know we're not going to get a different result from that. So we do appreciate the need for pace and so forth. The last thing, just before I hand over to David, just to talk in a bit more detail about 2 of the programs, David and Emma, just to give a flavour to the board. We very much, as I've already touched on, appreciate the need. In fact, it's not a need, it's a must. And a requirement to engage so that we can get to the right answer. But that engagement must happen at the programme level within each of the 6 programmes. The role of Better by Design in that engagement, I believe, is to sit overarching those programmes to make sure that the feedback from that engagement is consistent, and where it's not consistent, to understand and explore it more, and then to go back and re-engage in where we think that needs to go next. So I think what I'm trying to say on that piece is it's an iterative process that will continue throughout the lifetime of Better by Design. So at that point, I will pause, and I'm going to hand over to David first, I think, to just give you an overview of the performance cell. Thank you.
Thank you, David and Katie. If we can go to and the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the first time we talk about this at a public board, so I will elaborate a little bit around what the performance cell is and what we're trying to achieve. This workstream started in reality about 6 months ago when I joined and when we approved the performance cell transformation. That unlocked our ability to start a people transformation, which changes how we structure our business intelligence and predictive analytics function. It looks at bringing additional systems and tools that will give us the ability to much better predict what the future will look like and predict multiple scenarios of what the future will look like. How we use that information then is where the performance cell is going to be advising to the rest of the program, and in particular care delivery model, on what are the impacts of different decisions that we make in terms of how we decide to change our operating model to deliver care to our patients. In terms of the expected outcomes that we're going to be seeing, and we have seen some of this already. We've talked about the integrated plan. The integrated plan is a byproduct of the initial works of the performance cell in its infancy, and we have talked over the last 6 months about 12-week look forwards. We've talked about a different way of approaching how we make decisions. But obviously, that's not quite going to cut it. We've talked about the next 12 months, but based on some of the challenges that we know we have, we need to be much more strategic in the roadmap that we look. So we need to be looking much more further than the next 12 months. So we need to be looking at the next 5 years. And that is one of the things that we will be setting our sights onto very, very quickly as we finish this initial round of contracting and planning that we have been talking about today. Finally, one of the things that we want to do through the implementation of the performance cell is also be able to have much more mature discussions around data. We know we have a lot of information as evidenced to anybody who goes through our IPR, but we have all recognized time and time again that we could be doing things differently in the way that we utilize that data to make decisions, how we bring in statistical methods. And this is not only about the business intelligence team and the work that that team do, but it's about the board and it's about the senior management team and our relationship with data and information and how we choose to use it. This is not only about operations, so obviously the ultimate intent is to support the care delivery model, but the care delivery model is underpinned by everything, and there's an asterisk there at the bottom that says resources. It has a capital R, which means it's not only about people out on the road or people out picking phones, it's about everything. It's about our state, it's about our fleet, it's about our HR services and how they support. So we constantly have talked in today's board about themes around, do we have enough capacity? So we want to use the performance cell to give us the tools to be able to quantify what is that we need to deliver everything that is required to put people out on the field in the best mindset with the right tools at the right time at the right place to deliver care to our patients. Can we roll one slide, please? This is a bit of a, we're not going to go through it in detail, but there's two ways to look at the performance cell. There's one is the short term, and how do we get better at scheduling people, planning for resources in the short term, and making changes in a more tactical basis. And there's another component of what the performance cell needs to be able to do for us, which is what is the long-term workforce, estates, fleets, other components of our operating model that we need to look at. So there's two distinct components as to how we look at the predictive function and how the performance cell will be supporting us. One is more technical, the other one is more strategic. But the thing that both have in common is both come with scenarios. Those both come with our ability to look at multiple different versions of what may happen, so we understand where the risks lie, we understand where we need to be potentially be taking action when we know that there are challenges ahead. But it's also important to recognize that, and we've talked about the integrated planning in the next 12 months, and we've said this is our plan for the next 12 months. We must have the ability to be able to understand the impact of not delivering against certain plans, so we can then forecast what does that mean then for our ability to deliver performance, patient care, what does it mean for financial projection. So this is really about taking that integrated planning we've talked about and expanding on it in the way that we think about not only the next 12 months, but beyond that. If we can roll one slide, please. We'll give a couple of tangible examples, and the board have already seen some of this. These are tangible examples of where we're already seeing how we do things different, how we're making decisions differently as a result of this first building block or this first work stream of Better by Design. So this is the plan that was developed last year. This is something that looks at our ability, and this example looks at the a 6-week look ahead where we can see where does demand come in and where does our resource profile currently sit. This is a tool that is actively being used by our scheduling team. Now, we know that what this has highlighted is that there are structural issues in the way that our rotas are built, which means that consistently, if we just let things run their natural course, we cannot get people to sit within the hours where our patients come in, primarily between the 6 o'clock in the morning period and the 12 o'clock midday period. We have seen an increase in demand that was simply not reflected there before the last time this piece of analysis was done. So we are refreshing that piece of analysis, and obviously the decision and the so what for next year is that rota review that we've talked about that is going to be a component part of how we do this. So again, this is something that is informing both the short term in terms of how the schedulers incentivize shifts, and we make decisions around targeting vulnerable areas. And we could look at this by hour, by OU, by time of the day, and several days in advance. But also we need to then be able to make decisions so that it doesn't become a matching effort exercise, and is something that is more systematically delivered through a core rota structure. And then if we can go to the next example that I'll be giving as visible example where we've started to do some of this work already, is about that integrated planning piece that looks at the 12 months. What are the next 12 months look like? And I've put that little cycle here that looks at activity stroke demand, resource stroke capacity, performance stroke quality as the triome that we are trying to balance through this exercise. So there's a couple of very visual tools. So I've put a couple of things on this slide. On the right-hand side, you can see our draft performance on a page, and effectively these are the tools that we are discussing as part of the integrated planning group. And as you can see, it's not only about operations, it has considerations around what does this mean for human resources and clinical education in terms of enabling the pipeline. Do we have any risks there? It has things around triggering and abstraction. It has boxes for scheduling fleet logistics and estates. So as an example, we know certain estates, for instance, certain OUs will have significant increases in hold time equivalents over the next 12 months. So how are we proactively making decisions around supporting those estates with things like lockers, car parking space, working locally with those OU managers now to understand what are the issues that are going to happen so that we learn about it now and we can do something about it before the workforce get in place, rather than us getting a very unpleasant email in November saying, well, we just don't have enough car parking spaces, which is just going to upset people. So this is about us being much more at the front foot around our decision making and our planning and our enabling plans and objectives effectively for the next 12 months. What you can see in the very colorful red, amber, green table, which is very small on purpose because the numbers are not important, but what we have then is utilize some of these sensitivity tools where we can look at things like increasing levels of abstraction against increasing levels of efficiency to understand what does that mean for then different levels of performance, and utilize those tools to have discussions with commissioners around then how do the different levels of commissioning equate to different levels of quality of patient care that we can deliver translated in our performance metrics. So again, another very visible output that we have been able to deliver as a result of this building block. But if we roll over to the next slide, we can see a little bit around where we are in the roadmap. All of this has been done in its infancy. What's going to happen over the next couple of months? We have very recently completed our consultation with colleagues around the performance cell transformation. So pleased to say we're in a position now where we are advertising for some new leadership and management substantive posts to come in and lead much of this work going forward as part of the new performance cell. And we will be pulling that team together and providing leadership to that team and making that team embed with not only themselves, but also with a strong focus of working together with Amnesty. We've already started this, but it's very important that those relations are very strong, because ultimately the performance cell is there to support operational managers and operational leaders across the organization make decisions based on data. So there's going to be a very strong focus on that team development over the next 3 months. The other part that we have on train is the implementation of Anaplan, which is one of the systems that we're bringing in to deliver some of that annual planning, and Optima, which is a simulation tool we will be using to test some of the ideas that come through that engagement process. So again, this is about giving us the tools to be able to arrive to the answers. This is not about reaching the answers themselves. This is about creating the capacity and the capability to be self-designing and test ideas and test ideas against each other, because I'm sure we will be in that position as the programs evolve. And we expect all of that to be ready by the time we reach the summer, so we can start running some of that analysis concurrent alongside Emma's team. So I will stop there now and hand over to Emma.
Thank you very much, David. If we could move on. Lovely, thank you. So I will be brief here because a number of things have been touched on already in relation to this. Fundamentally, this is about ensuring that the structure that we have responding to our patients, whether it be on the phone, through a virtual response or a physical response of arriving on scene, is fit for purpose going forwards. Learning from what we do at the moment, the strengths that we have within the system of work that we have that delivers quality care, and you saw that in the story involving Mike Ferguson at the beginning, but really building on that to recognise that we've learnt a lot through the COVID pandemic in terms of how to engage with patients in a meaningful and constructive way to provide them the care they need, but via different routes. Also, obviously, learning from partners. So what this slide in front of you draws together is we try to describe this in one slide, which is a very difficult thing to do, and I'm sure people can understand. But what I think the thing for me is the two circles sort of halfway down in the middle, very much looking at the virtual and the physical operational response, but actually recognizing that there is going to be greater integration in doing this going forwards. We need to get all the functional pieces to support that, which includes things like policies, procedures, and IT. And David being here with his team doing the work that supports the evidence base for this, and us being able to measure and baseline and create causality loops for when we make changes to be able to demonstrate how and why that has happened is going to be key to doing this. But fundamentally, what we are saying to ourselves is, with everything that we know about the workforce, with everything that we talk about through, for example, the green strategy, which means that in the longer term, we need to be more responsive, but in different ways as well. How do we deliver optimal care to our patients from a quality point of view, but also meaning that we consistently and sustainably meet our art performance standards and our contractual standards for any service that we deliver? Obviously, fundamentally, that's 111 at the moment. Could we go on to the next model? The next slide, please. Thank you. So one of the challenges that we need to do is challenge ourselves. And I've done this as on a horizontal and a vertical, but what does this functionally mean? So the current position at the top, we recognise that our hear and treat is approximately 10%, with our see and treat at 30%, and about 60% of our patients going into hospitals. What we're looking at is what those outcomes can be going forwards. So we know that there is increasing number of pathways for patients where appropriate. Commissioners are talking about virtual wards. There's a whole range of additional access points for patients that are growing, and that's the non-ED destinations. How can we build on those? If you look at the second box on this slide, you'll see the piece around the virtual see and treat. As much as we do a lot of hear and treat over the phone at the moment, evidence shows that actually with more and more of us using IT, this is a great example, you can get really meaningful interactions with individuals through what we call a virtual response. Particularly those of us who live and breathe by our phones or our virtual devices. Most of our interactions now with other parts of healthcare, whether that be your GP or other functions, happens as a first point of contact through a virtual response. That's what we're looking at expanding on. And the question is, how do we do this? With more and more of our clinicians wanting to have more of a portfolio career, looking at how they love, you heard it from the paramedics on the video, they love working for us, but saying, what else can we do? How can we look at expanding our skills? Also learning from those paramedics who've gone into primary care and into other fields, that actually people like doing more than one thing. We believe that there is a way that we can support our clinicians and looking at them as a whole, these particularly our registrants, to work in both the physical and the virtual model. So as much as we need more clinicians to provide going forwards, what we're saying is actually we also need to cut the cake in a slightly different way. So this is what we're intending through the Better by Design, that our hear and treat will go up. And we've been doing some work with West Midlands and London to learn from them about how we can really get some lessons, because they've had some real successes. Working with the virtual see and treat, again, recognising people such as GP out of hours services have a really high success rate in terms of assessing and providing appropriate outcomes through virtual responses. Keeping our see and treat at a reasonable level, but with that in combination of the non-ED destinations, looking to reduce the number of patients we take to an emergency department in total to about 50% of our incidents that we go to. The table at the bottom is very much looking at the different categorization. So at the moment, we have a model where we have our DCAs, our double crewed ambulances with a skill mix. Generally, we look for registrants and non-registrants. We have net vehicles, which are non-emergency transfers, and SRVs, which are in essence response cars. And what we're saying actually is we also need to go back to this. We've learned a lot more around acuity of patients. And the challenge here is how can we actually stratify our resources in a better way? We recognise at the moment we are challenged with a number of resources, so the ability to do some of this, we're not able to progress this in a physical way at the moment, but that what we need to do is work with our medical and our quality colleagues to look at the stratification and say, if we could do this a bit better, are we able to prioritise and have more of the non-registrant crews to undertake the healthcare professional or the interfacility transfer work? it would be better. It may mean that we can actually plan this a bit better across a 24-hour period. It does mean that we need to interact with our acute colleagues to make and our commissioners in primary care to make sure that those patients are appropriate patients. They sit with our contract, and if they're moved for interfacility, that where they are escorted or needing escorting, that they're escorted by hospital staff. But I do think that this will give us some greater ability to be able to task more appropriately in terms of our dedicated resources, which will should also create an opportunity to drive better clinical outcomes, whether it be cardiac arrest. I know we have good success with stroke, for example, but really trying to look at this from a clinical point of view of how we use our resources in the most efficient and effective way. Conversations I've had with staff, they're very up for this. They're very wanting to consider how we can do this. And as we go forward through the Better by Design, we'll have more of those conversations with staff, because part of this will also link through to localization. So as much as the model across the trust is likely to be 80–85% consistent across the whole trust, we know that the socioeconomic environment within places such as Brighton is different to that which we would experience in Medway. And what we want to do is work with the public, work with our commissioners to understand those localizations, and also think about how we can create a core response, but potentially have access to additional pathways that are specific in certain areas. And maybe again, as we go forwards and we look at our clinical training, if there's a greater need, for example, around chronic conditions in one area versus another area, which is more around mental health, for example, how we can tailor some of our ongoing training to really support clinicians to be able to make really robust clinical decisions in different areas. I think those were my 2 slides. So they were. So I think probably coming back to David or Philip.
Thank you, Katie. Can you stop sharing? So, so we just illustrated a bit of the detail that sits behind 2 of the 6 programs. And the reason that we've chosen those 2 is that the first, David's is a primer for the whole thing. Emma can't design the care delivery model and without the products of David's and his team. So it's essential that when she's saying, okay, why don't we try this? In the past, we would have gone, yeah, that feels about right. And now we can go on to Optima, or by the summer, we'll be able to go on to Optima and say, if we act in this way, what will be the effect on performance? What will be the effect on staff travel times, etc. And so we're doing it with knowledge. So that's the why that has to go. And then all the other programs are there to deliver or help Emma deliver that care delivery model. And so they have to be informed by the decisions she's making with David's help about the care delivery model, and then they say, okay, I now know what I've got to support. This is how many people I've got to train, what training they need, and the pace at which they need training. That's the clinical education program, and the others are all the same. So it's that's why we're doing it in the way that we're doing it, and as Michael will no doubt reinforce, the key thing here, and the reason why this often goes wrong, is that the coordination of those programs is absolutely key, and that's that portfolio bit in the middle, which just has to say, Emma, you need to speed up because you know otherwise you won't make the decisions in time, or maybe Fiona, you need to slow down and you need to make your next decision a month later. Because the care delivery model hasn't yet finished that piece of decision making. So that's the programme. I commend it to the board. I think it's going to be the most important thing that we do over the next few years.
Thank you, Philip. Very encouraging. And particularly the emphasis. Actually, I like the emphasis on patients and staff, and that's coming to the fore. Giving patients better experience, better care, but also giving our staff an improved working environment in order to give that care. So it's a virtuous circle. So it's really good stuff. Now the board have previously reviewed to a person support the programme. and I think we all received this report enthusiastically today. The key thing I just want to be sure now we're in public setting, one, that to ensure that, you know, to be assured that we're going to get engagement, what we're doing to get engagements, and my colleagues can ask some questions on that, but also what we're going to ensure that, how are we going to ensure that what's promised is delivered. That's the other key point here in terms of from my point of view. So non-executive colleagues in particular, any questions, comments you want to make regarding the?
So I just pick up the how are we going to ensure it's delivered first?
Yeah.
Or shall we take the questions first?
Let's take some questions. Come out. Just let the thing. Let's just give my colleagues a chance to come in with some quick questions or comments. Howard first, then Subo, then Michael.
As you say, we've seen it before, but I think it's absolutely brilliant. So, you know, it's a really, really good program. I just had a couple of thoughts to contribute. One is how, maybe as part of the care delivery model, we make use of big data. So as a specific example, do we have a heat map of where all known heart patients are on our territory, for example? And can we, with that data, can we make use of it in terms of, you know, how we deliver?
Good.
So it's the sort of big data piece.
Yeah.
Second question is, I know you've had a lot of interaction with other trusts and got input from that, which is great. One of the things that came up for me during the CQC thing was a question around international comparisons. Have we got some access to international input to some of these care delivery model questions as well? Thanks.
Thank you. Hold on to that, Philip, and then we'll come back to that. Let's take the questions and comments. Subo.
Thank you, Chair. Completely agree with Howard. This is a fantastic programme. I think it's really going to make the difference, and it's really highlighted what, you know, key differences it'll make to the patient experience in particular. So well done on that. I'm going to be a little unkind and ask you a question about staff. So just from the staff survey, we covered it earlier, but just a flavour. 40% of our staff felt that we do not act fairly, or only 40% felt we act fairly in regard to career progression. We saw an increase in the percentage of staff who are experiencing bullying and harassment from their colleagues, not from managers. 50% of staff think about leaving CCAM, and a third of them are already looking to leave in the next 12 months. They've rated us poorly on our engagement with them, speaking up, how we learn, our health and well-being. And they've highlighted hotspots: Ashford, Brighton, Gatwick, Guildford. So it seems to me that Better by Design is rich with possibilities for us around how we work and engage with our staff. So it's not so much about the outcomes. I can see the outcomes, I can see the benefits of it. I've got the advantage of sitting on the board. But if I was a member of staff and I just answered this staff survey and said that, you know, I'm not very happy with CCAM and I'm looking to leave, how are you going to do this programme that will reverse that trend? What are you going to do about that?
Great, hold on to that and bring that back into the answers. Yeah, thank you. Michael?
Yeah, just 2 points. 100% behind this. I think it's exactly the right thing to be done, and congratulations to all the work that's been done. I suppose I'm building on Sulu's points. One point for me is it is important that all stakeholders have confidence in this, and there will be a resource consequence of doing this work. So it is important that there's absolute transparency around the governance. Now, I understand how that governance is going to work, but I do think that needs to be communicated much better than we've seen so far. So you need to think about how you bring that back to the board. And then the second point to me is really building on Sulu's really rich points. If I'm a member of staff, I'm going to hear all this. I might be convinced, but it is important that you've got a way of communicating and discussing with people within the trust about the progress that's been made. You know, don't just start this, go away and do it. You need to be absolutely taking the people with you, and that's about saying, this is where we've got to, this is what we've done, this is the problem that we've encountered. And That's really, really important for me. And, you know, the benchmark for me would be, I'd like to think, do we have a board, Peter, in February or January? Wouldn't it be wonderful if one of the board's stories came from somebody who said, I was really skeptical about Better by Design, but this is what it's done for me. You know, without you having to actually get them to come and do it, they really would want to tell a story to the board and their colleagues that this has been a success for them. Those are the sorts of things I would support.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Liz, and then finally to Paul.
Thanks, David. Just say I fully support this. I think it's the most exciting thing that's going to happen over the next 12 months. I guess from my perspective and from a clinical perspective, particularly around the patient delivery models, that we don't start building everything from scratch, that we harness best practice, evidence-based pathways. And I think a bit like Howard was saying, whether that's from an international or a national perspective, because it would just speed up our journey and also speed up the outcomes to our patients and what they can experience over the next few years as well. So I think it's learning from the past, but also, you know, working with those that are perhaps already a bit ahead of us in these pathways. Thanks.
Thank you. And finally, Paul, I'll give Philip then you to choreograph some responses from the team. Paul?
Yeah, fabulous piece of work and fully behind it. It's very exciting. We've actually made a lot of progress already. I was wondering if the progress had been shared with our colleagues and staff, especially in the performance cell and things like that. We've done well.
Okay, thank you. Now, Philip, do you want some overall supportive comments there, but value-added comments about how do we really make the programme, you know, that contribute to its overall success over time? I think that's the way I take the comments. I think the board are clearly united on the task here, and I think and want to support and really do support the executive and the rest of the leadership in the trust to make sure this happens. So. Philip, do you want to respond to some of the points that have been made, or ask the team to contribute?
Yeah, sure. David, I'm going to come back to you for the big data one. That was Howard's first question. The second one about data from international sources, both Liz and Howard talked about. So we have used some of the New Zealand data. And we've got access to that. That shows, but that's more about hospitals. So that's more about how you get people into or out of hospitals more quickly, and how you prevent the most likely people to come into hospitals to you treat them at home before they get sick. So it's about prevention of both ends. Now that will affect our systems, but there isn't anybody who's done anything quite like this. But so that's an element of data. SUBO, the staff survey, and all of the bits that it points out. So the first thing that will help, because everyone in the ambulance service finds it really difficult to say, how do I influence what decisions are made about how I do my day job, and you feel much more engaged if you are able to do it. So that's why Michael is talking about the engagement and how it happens, and that's what you're getting on as well. So the way we're going to do the engagement is bit by bit. So David has done engagement on the performance cell. I know, because when I go around, I meet people he's been engaging with, and they say, "Wow, I talked to some Spanish guy, and he's doing really exciting stuff." So there is engagement going on. It's and Emma will be doing the most engagement through her teams about how we get that care delivery model right. Because that's where people will say, okay, yeah, I understand this. This is my day job. So I'm now having a conversation about the future of my day job. That will help. It won't cure it, but it will help. Michael and so stakeholders and the board story. Love the idea of the board story. So I'm just going to keep that one written on my pad. Thank you. The stakeholders and other people, we are engaging all our stakeholders already, so the unions are right behind this. Our commissioners are right behind this, the difficulty is getting them to contribute to it. Unions not a problem. The unions really want to be part of this, but the stakeholders are saying yes, we like the outcome. Fewer people into hospital is what everybody wants, and so we've got to. The next trick is when we design the care delivery model, we have to be saying, okay, in this part, in GEO's OUM, the reason we can't get so many people kept out of hospital is that there is a lack of these pathways in this area, and therefore the engagement needs to take place at that sort of level. So that's another way that it happens. And Paul, you're right. Progress has been made. So we've redone the clinical education strategy to suit Better by Design, so it will fit with whatever Emma decides the care delivery model is going to be. Our strategy will now support that. So that's done. As you say, the lot of the work on the care delivery model already done. What we haven't done is made the key decisions, because that's where we've got to engage with staff. So the key decisions are, what is that care delivery model going to look like, and how does it work, and everything else then comes behind that. So I think the only one I haven't really given any time to is to big data. So David, have you had enough time to think?
Yes, and we already have that capability. So we do produce some very colourful heat maps, and actually in our headquarters in front of Philip's office there is around the column a big A0 laminated map. So it is part of what we will be looking at. I think that is the answer. Big data is the fundamentals of how we utilize it, what underpins the systems that I've talked about. But I must admit, there's some people in my team who understand this a lot better than I do, who will be better suited to give more tangible examples. But we do have that capability, and those are the kind of things that we need to then be using much more. I will say there is not only a piece of big data, but there is also a piece around how do we engage with the system more broadly, understanding population health. So when you think about the 5-year forecast, that is absolutely something we can't do by ourselves. That's something where the engagement piece needs to work with the performance cell to understand what is the 5-year forecast at a population health level, and what are the external plans, because that's what's going to influence our design of the workforce, skill mix, care delivery model. So that is where you can see how the programs need to, well, that's how they coordinate, that's how they need to talk to each other, because we can't, the next 12 months are more straightforward to a certain extent, but looking at that far in the future, there is that's where the different work streams need to work together to get those good outcomes.
Thank you. Thanks.
Emma?
Thank you. Just to add a couple of things. Really interesting conversations that we are also linked through ACE around how we can function and support the health promotion and public health messages. Big data also for things like when I talked about the difference in clinical demand in different environments, that's through things like the indices of deprivation, which obviously are big data on a big scale. So those are all the things that we will be incorporating to understand what our public looks like, what our public needs. And obviously linking with our commissioners, because they also do this. So we're not going to duplicate everything, but what do we learn? Because they fundamentally know a lot about the public for which they commission services for. So that will be really key. If I can just pick up on one of the things that Subo talked about, I think fundamentally for me, this is the opportunity for staff to see how they can contribute to the future structure of the organisation. I'm here because over the last 10, 12 years, I've had opportunities, and I've found opportunities, and I've taken opportunities to get involved, to meddle, to be difficult, to support, and And that's what I want the teams to do. It doesn't matter where you are in the trust. And just because this is about the ops model, it's as important that someone from HR or finance or fleet has that contribution, because you know what? People have different insights for all over. And I think what we have to do is get these people involved. I think the challenge is going to be there will be so many people who will want to get involved, and how you do that in a constructive way to find a way through this all, because some people will be able to step forward and some won't, just because of numbers. And we're going to have to think about how we do some of that. I did some engagement in the LAS when I was there, and I've learned a lot from doing that, both the positives and the negatives, and I think that will really help. But it's going to need to be a commitment that we do over a period of time. So it's not just at the front end, but it's as we do evolutions of this, because this is going to be an ongoing thing. So lots more to come. And I think what we're trying to do is just phase it and structure it so it has purpose and meaning, and we can share the vision.
The final comment for Sue, if I may, and then I'll sum up. I mean, just to remind colleagues, one of the objectives of Better by Design is to make sure our staff get a meal break. I'd like to make sure the board gets a meal break as well for our own health and safety. So, Subo.
I'll make it short, Chair. Thank you, Emma, for that response. Thank you, Philip and David for the presentation. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, which is, there is going to be engagement, there's going to be communication. I think, the gender pay gap report, said that, yes, we have an increase in the number of women joining the workforce, but 62% of our leavers are women. They're leaving almost as fast as they're joining. So there's some real possibilities, exciting possibilities in Better by Design as you start to restructure the workforce, as you start to do that 5-year workforce plan that David and his team are working really hard on. All of these things could be addressed and could be woven in as you move forward. And those are the things that will address some of the challenges around hotspots and job cycle time variation and all of those things. So I just wanted to hear reassurance that we're going to be communicating, we're going to be listening to every member of staff, both support staff and frontline operational staff, because they all have something valuable to contribute. So that's really reassuring to know. Thank you.
Thanks, Subo. Well, to sum up, I think it's fair to say we've had some months of discussion, appropriate discussion regarding Better by Design, and I think people have had their chance to help in its design. The executive have listened carefully. The executive listened to the workforce as well. There's been some great work done here now to bring the programs together which encompass Better by Design. So I think as a board we're saying well done. This is thank you for the way you've gone about this and brought this forward. The key thing is that the board stand united to make sure that Better by Design is now implemented, and implemented in an open way, an engaging way, and it's as much about listening as doing, and that's what we've really used the theme which we've all talked about today. So I think it's important we have this discussion in public, and those who are interested can listen to the recording as well, but can really understand the board of Foursquare behind this, really support it, and it's about giving our staff a better working experience. And essentially, we have happy staff, contented staff, developed staff. They will give better care to patients. And this is a virtuous circle, and that's what we're seeking you are proposing to the board, and the board are now accepting that we stand behind the Better by Design programme. So I hope that sort of summarises the board's position on this. And thank you all for the rich discussion that's been to get to this point. Now we have to get down and deliver, which is great. Thank you. Now, just to move on, if I may, we've got 3 business cases which have been scrutinised through the Finance and Investment Committee. Again, we are in public, and the public needs to be reassured that we're spending their money wisely. So we've got 3 business cases. One is the double crewed ambulance replacement business case. David, any headlines you wish to share with the board?
Thank you. No, other than the paper that's been made available to the public is a summary. We will see the full business case in part 2 due to commercial sensitivities. We have put forward a 5-year plan, and we are seeking approval for year 1 of the plan, which will see 57 new double crewed ambulances being commissioned over the coming 12 months, or over the next 9 months in reality. The plan is reflective. One of the exceptions we had in the IPR today, which I skipped over, was the fact that 41% of our fleet currently is beyond our target age. The target age is dictated by the Lord Carter review, which said band conversion ambulances shouldn't be more than 5 years old. Box conversion ambulances shouldn't be more than 7 years old. One of the things that we reflected at, I think when we discussed this, is that whilst this is what Lord Carter came up with their report, part of our internal audit and part of the data that we have from our fleet department should be sufficient for us to come up with our own conclusion of what is an acceptable age of the vehicle based on reliability, based on cost invested per vehicle, per mile. And those are the types of things that we need to mature to be able to inform this plan going forward. But for now, this is the basis of the plan. And what this plan does, it gets us in a position that by 2026-27 financial year, we will have all of the vehicles within the target age. Obviously, if the target age changes, that will change. We know that there is a green plan that may influence how we think about the vehicles and the types of vehicles that we use. And we also know that much of this at the moment is limited by the national specification, which limits us to purchasing one single type of vehicle. We know that manufacturers are working hard to develop other compliant with the national specification vehicles. So we will keep all of these things under review to inform the plan. But for now, this seeks approval for the year one part of the plan, which starts us and gets us in the process of being able to decommission some of these old vehicles, some of which, by the way, I may say, are going to find their way to Ukraine in the coming days to support via NARU. So some of the older vehicles we are decommissioning, we are centralizing through the national route to provide support to local NGOs operating on the ground in Ukraine to support the humanitarian crisis over there. So that's everything I had to say, but I'll happily take questions.
Thank you, Gary. It's really, really encouraging to hear that. And also there's a positive message in here for our staff as well. And I think we've got to be thinking through how do we get this across, irrespective of the debate that might be on the national specification. The fact is we are, I remember when I joined CCAM 3.5 years ago, the mileage of our fleet, I think, had been to the moon and back, essentially. So I think we are now beginning to be realistic, and I commend the executive the way you tried to take a structured approach towards this, quite frankly, because we inherited quite a difficult situation here. So, colleagues, are you prepared to support the direction of travel in the year one business case? Or you on components?
Yes, yeah.
Fully supported. I really encourage this message to be communicated to our staff. This is key. And also, we need to push back. The great respect to Lord Carter and the central team. We need to push back with quantitative information that we've had. And I really encourage the executives to make sure that information is shared with the central team, because I think it's important. I think our staff would expect us to do that, and we really must make sure we do. Moving on to the operation team leader establishment business case. Emma?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief on this. I think this is a good news story. This is about us investing in the OTL structure. These are first line managers for frontline ops. So this is providing some additional capacity, but also about rebalancing, because we recognise that over the last 18 months, 2 years, actually we've had additional staff into different areas. So it's a rebalancing and some additional investment to increase the overall numbers of OTLs to provide better support for the teams of operational staff out there, linked to obviously the piece that we talked earlier on about the OTLs being key at having that management training to make sure that they get really competent and really confident at applying policies, procedures and undertaking work such as appraisals and clinical leadership.
Thank you. And this has been through appropriate scrutiny.
It has.
In both committees as well. So we are content to take that forward. Thank you. And finally, the COVID cost business case.
Thank you. That's me again. Just to note, this is a retrospective review. This is the business case for the H2 funding for COVID for the 21-22 financial year that obviously finishes today. But this captures all the additional costs that were put through the COVID funding route. This sits alongside the business case that we've seen previously for EOC as well. So this is part of the national COVID funding regime.
Right, but I think it's fair to say, looking at Howard as chair of finance, but also Michael as chair of audit, and we are content that the money we've had we're accounting for appropriately.
Yes.
Yeah. In terms of, I think that's important. Again, given the scrutiny there has been on expenditure on COVID, particularly at the national level regarding PPE, I think it's really important that we at CCAM have been demonstrating we've used that money wisely and we've kept our staff safe. And given the forthcoming COVID inquiry as well, I think it's going to be very important. Again, we've got key decision points like the powered hoods. We've made the right decision at the right time. with the information we had available at that time. Because again, this will be scrutinised in the years to come. So we are content as a board, we've done the right thing and used public money wisely, because we spent a lot on it. Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, thank you for that. Moving on then to, are there any items of urgent business? Just moving on to meeting effectiveness, we'll clearly need, again, timekeeping, but I have to say the subject matter today has been absolutely crucial. I think it's an important time of the year. At the end of the financial year starts a new one. Really important we give these subjects the appropriate scrutiny. Now, looking to the gallery, are there any members of the public who wish to ask any questions relevant to the business of the meeting? I see one hand raised there. David Romain.
Yes, hello.
Hi David, good afternoon.
Right, have you got me?
Yeah, receiving you.
Yeah, I'm a new governor. I would like to raise the fact that a number of the sister ambulance services are moving quite rapidly towards hybrid and zero emission vehicles, and this will obviously affect their long-term purchase on capital purchases. So what's CCAM's view on these sorts of vehicles?
Yeah, good question. I mean, who wants to take that first, David?
Thank you, David, for your question. So at the moment, we are participating. There is a national trial that's going on where a number of sister trusts, as you say, are partaking. We are as well. We are taking on board, I believe it's 3 Mercedes Vito electric version, which we will be using as a combination of effectively rapid response vehicle, which is the benefit to us is that it's exactly the same type of vehicle we use in a internal carbon combustion engine. We will be doing a like-for-like comparison with the fully electric version of it, and we are due to commence that trial over the next 2 to 3 months as soon as we get the vehicles. Our view of it, as you've seen, hopefully, if you've been with us since the morning, is that we will have to move in that direction. We will not deliver 80% reduction of our carbon emissions unless we do something about the 15 million miles a year we drive burning diesel. So it is a part of the future, and that is where, when we are engaging with the external advisors we want to work with to develop a plan, a big, strong focus of that plan needs to be what's our EV strategy, because it is the implications of them are beyond just buying some new vehicles. We need to think about what's our electric charging infrastructure. We need to think about what is the tooling implications for our workshop. We need to think about what is the impact on our operating model, considering that currently our vehicles are subject to a 45-minute turnaround when they go back to their make-ready center. Can we charge a vehicle that quickly? When you think about the size of the battery capacity currently, that would be a pretty big challenge. And you've mentioned around the hybrid solutions, because obviously the full electric is not the only way to go. And as you will be aware, at the COP26 a couple of months ago, NHS presented the version of the hybrid vehicle. I'm not aware of any that's not been offered to us. I think that's still in a prototype vehicle, but we will be very keen to test any of these vehicles as soon as they are made available to us, and we find a way to start to understand how can we start to move to a greener fleet. So hopefully that gives a bit of a rounded answer of the different things we're doing to get us right on track when it comes to a green initiative.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so in short, we're enthusiastic, and we're going to participate.
Well, it will affect future capital purchases. That's going to be really the main thing.
Yeah, that's going to inform our strategy, and we've adopted our green strategy as well. So we're doing all we can. Okay, can we conclude there? I can't see any more hands raised. Okay, anyway, can I thank the board, the contribution, unnecessarily long meeting, but I think the key headlines coming out of which I think it's really concern for our staff welfare, making sure that our staff have the best work experience and education that we can provide. And I feel like that's the theme that's come right the way through the meeting, right the way through the last item with Better by Design, that we've got staff welfare and staff recruitment and retention right front and centre, to ensure they get a good work experience. And we keep our staff content. That's going to lead to a much better patient experience for our patients as well. And I think we've also heard the pressure the NHS is under, where I started with my introduction, is absolutely clear. I think we've also heard the steps which the executive are taking to make representations to the local health economies for where we can make a difference to keep patients safe. And I think that again is an important thing that's come through. And also they were finishing the financial year having met our financial promises, which is important in terms of the stresses and strains the NHS has been under. We've landed, or looks appear to be landing, with our financial commitments made, subject of course to audit, and we've heard about that process being put in hand. So I think that really brings together the key things. I'll look now to Peter. Is there any other points that we think we need to bring out, Peter?
No, Chair. Just to clarify when we're going to start part 2.
Yeah, we'll start. I think if in the spirit of European Working Exams Directive, we'll start at 3 o'clock, a half an hour break for lunch.